Hello everyone and welcome to War Sleep Stories. I'm here to guide you into a peaceful, restful state. If you enjoy these stories, please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It really helps us create more for you. Before we dive in, I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. Take a moment to settle in, get cozy, and let all your worries drift away. Now, close your eyes, relax, and let's begin this journey together. June 28, 1914, Sarajevo. The cobblestone streets of Sarajevo shimmered in the morning light as the city stirred to life. Vendors called out their wares in the bustling market, the scent of roasted coffee mingling with the tang of freshly baked bread. Among the crowd, a black limousine glided slowly, carrying its passengers toward the city hall. Inside, Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary and his wife Sophie smiled and waved at the onlookers. It was a moment meant to demonstrate imperial power and solidarity, but under the polished surface, tension simmered. In the shadows, a group of young men waited, members of a secret nationalist group, the Black Hand. They had spent months planning this day. Gavrilo Princip, pale and wiry, clenched a pistol in his sweaty palm. Around him, his comrades were scattered along the procession route, armed with rudimentary weapons and burning zeal. For them, this was not merely an act of rebellion. It was a declaration against oppression, a spark to ignite freedom for the Slavic people under Austro-Hungarian rule. The first attempt came as the Archduke's car passed the Appel Quay. A conspirator hurled a grenade which bounced off the car's folded roof and exploded nearby, injuring spectators and soldiers. The motorcade pressed on, shaken but intact. Franz Ferdinand, his face pale but determined, ordered a change of plans. He was aware of the attack, but did not try to stop it. Shaken but intact, he improved quickly. This Franz Ferdinand had assisted his own brother by fleeing, assisted by grenades, the moment securely his role, and ordered to kill. Fate intervened when the driver, confused by the new route, took a wrong turn onto a side street. The car came to a halt directly in front of Gavrilo Princip, who had resigned himself to failure after the earlier botched attack. Startled by the opportunity, he stepped forward, raised his pistol, and fired 2 shots. The first struck Franz Ferdinand in the neck. The second hit Sophie in the abdomen. Both slumped forward, blood pooling on the car's leather seats. Within minutes, the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne and his wife were dead. As the news spread, the world held its breath. In the grand halls of Vienna and Berlin, Moscow and London, alliances were tested, ultimatums drafted. Within weeks, the assassination of the Archduke would escalate into a global conflict, drawing millions into a war unlike any before. July 1914, Europe The summer of 1914 brought an uneasy stillness to Europe, like the moments before a storm. In capitals across the continent, diplomats scrambled to contain the fallout of Sarajevo. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, enraged by the assassination, issued an ultimatum to Serbia that many believed was impossible to fulfill. Behind the scenes, Germany, Austro-Hungarian's staunch ally, encouraged a hardline stance, promising in unwavering support that in all its encounters with its storm enemies issued an ultimatum to Serbia that many believed was unnecessary and could not e'er be broken any more. In Serbia, the government weighed its options. Accepting the humiliating terms would mean surrendering their sovereignty. Refusing would almost certainly lead to war. On July 25, Serbia agreed to most of the demands, but balked at those that compromised their independence entirely. It wasn't enough. 3 days later, Austria-Hungary agreed to the permit on May 21, 1949, at the site of the Bolshevik Soviet military commanded by Hitler and Vince de Gaulle and members of the Soviet government. The dominoes began to fall. Russia, bound by its Slavic ties to Serbia, mobilized its forces. Germany, determined to support Austria-Hungary, issued an ultimatum to Russia to demobilize. When Russia refused, Germany declared war. France, allied with Russia, was soon drawn in. Britain hesitated, but the German invasion of neutral Belgium on August 4 compelled them to act. By early August, the great powers of Europe were at war. France, allied with Russia's neutral Belgium's on August 4th, and Columbus' U.S. government, parent nationalists, including the Nazis and the Nazi agenda. For the ordinary citizens of these nations, the war was a distant, almost abstract concept. Crowds gathered in city squares, cheering declarations of patriotism. Young men flocked to enlistment offices, buoyed by promises of glory and adventure. Few could imagine the horrors that awaited them. Among the throngs of recruits were Henri Dupont, a farmer from Verdun, James Hewitt, a factory worker from Manchester, and Wilhelm Ritter, a student from Munich. Each believed they were answering a noble call, but their journeys would soon reveal the grim reality of war. August 1914, Verdun, France. Henri Dupont stood at the edge of his family's farm, his gaze fixed on the distant hills where he had played as a boy. The fields were golden with wheat, the air thick with the scent of summer. Yet an uneasy tension hung over the land. When the notice of mobilization arrived, Henri knew this day had been coming. France had been on edge for months, wary of German aggression. Now, with war declared, every able-bodied man was expected to serve. His mother wept openly as he packed his few belongings into a worn leather satchel. His father, stoic as always, handed him a bottle of wine and a loaf of bread for the journey. "For the road," he said, his voice steady, but his eyes betraying a deep sorrow. Henri embraced his younger sister, promising to write often and return before the harvest. For the road, he said, his voice strangled, remained pressive upon his sister. At the train station, the mood was oddly festive. Young men joked and sang patriotic songs, their spirits bolstered by the cheering crowd. Henri boarded the train with a mix of excitement and apprehension. As the locomotive chugged away, the faces of his family blurred into the distance. He didn't know then that this would be the last time he saw the farm. The journey to the front was both exhilarating and surreal. Soldiers shared stories and speculated about the coming battles. Some boasted about quick victories, convinced the war would be over by Christmas. Henri listened quietly, his thoughts turning to the letters he would write and the prayers he would say to keep fear at bay. August 1914. There's no tomorrow but today. The cobbled streets of Manchester bustled with activity as James Hewitt made his way to the recruitment office. Posters plastered across walls proclaimed, "Your king and country need you." In the heart of the industrial city, the call to arms was unavoidable. For James, a 23-year-old factory worker, the decision to enlist had been as much about duty as it was about escaping the drudgery of his life. His mother had begged him to reconsider. "You don't owe them anything, James," she said, clutching his arm as he packed a tattered duffel bag. "Let someone else's boy go." But his father, a Boer War veteran, had remained silent, his approval implicit in the stiff nod he gave as James left their small row house. At the recruitment office, James joined a line of men that snaked around the block. The atmosphere was charged with nervous energy. Boys, barely old enough to shave, stood alongside older men with weathered faces. When James reached the front, the recruiting sergeant sized him up, scribbled something on a form, and nodded. "You'll do," he said, pushing a uniform into his hands. By the next morning, James was on a train bound for training camp. The reality of his decision began to sink in as he stared out the window at the passing countryside. For the first time, he wondered if he was truly ready for what lay ahead. August 1914, Munich, Germany. Wilhelm Ritter sat in his favorite cafe, his university books spread before him, though he found it impossible to focus. Outside, a brass band played a lively march as a dominant power. Outside, the light slowly grew dim. 1, 2, 3, 1,000 festivals. Like much of Germany's place as a dominant power, Wilhelm's friends had already enlisted. "Come with us," they urged. "Don't be left behind when history is being made." He hesitated, not because he lacked patriotism, but because he feared what war would demand of him. A student of philosophy, he had spent hours debating morality and the nature of conflict. Now, those debates seemed hollow against the weight of expectation. The decision was made for him when his younger brother Karl signed up. Karl's eager grin and boyish enthusiasm left Wilhelm with no choice. How could he let his brother go to war alone? By the end of the week, Wilhelm was in uniform, marching in step with hundreds of others. As his unit departed for the Western Front, Wilhelm felt a mixture of pride and unease. The songs of the marching men drowned out his doubts, but deep in his heart, he wondered if he would ever return to the quiet cafes and lectures he loved. September 1914. Verdun, France. Undeclared. The crack of rifle fire echoed in the distance as Henri's unit trudged through the forested outskirts of Verdun. The heat of late summer bore down on them, and the weight of their packs turned even short distances into grueling marches. Yet there was little time for complaint. Their orders were clear. The cloud of wisping smoke clouded the line against the advancing German forces. The young men in Henri's unit were green, their uniforms still crisp, their boots barely broken in. Most had never fired a rifle in anger, though their training sergeant, a grizzled veteran of the Franco-Prussian War, assured them they would learn quickly. War, he said, has a way of teaching. Henri found himself drawn to a small group of fellow soldiers. There was Pierre, a carpenter with a talent for storytelling, and Jules, a quiet farmhand who carried a photograph of his fiancée. At night, as they camped beneath the stars, they shared stories of home, their laughter masking the fear they all felt. When they reached the front, the idyllic countryside gave way to a landscape scarred by trenches and barbed wire. Henri's stomach churned as he took in the sight of wounded soldiers being carried away on stretchers. This was no noble adventure. It was a living nightmare. September 1914, the Western Front. James's first glimpse of the trenches filled him with dread. The narrow, muddy passageways stretched for miles, their walls lined with sandbags and shored up with wooden planks. The air was thick with the stench of decay, rotting food, unwashed bodies, and something worse. His platoon sergeant, a hardened man named Barrett, barked orders as the new recruits stumbled into position. "Welcome to the war, lads," Barrett said with a grim smile. "Keep your heads down, and maybe you'll see the other side of it." James and his comrades were quickly assigned tasks, digging new sections of trench, repairing damaged walls, and hauling supplies. There was little time for rest, and the constant threat of enemy fire kept everyone on edge. At night, James lay awake, listening to the distant rumble of artillery, his thoughts drifting to home. Despite the hardships, a bond began to form among the men. There was Charlie, a cheeky Londoner with a knack for finding humor in the bleakest situations, and Thomas, a school teacher with a steady hand and a calm demeanor. Together, they found moments of solace in shared cigarettes and quiet conversations. As the days turned into weeks, James began to understand what it meant to be a soldier. It wasn't just about bravery or duty. It was about survival, about finding the strength to carry on when every instinct told you to run. October 1914, Ypres, Belgium. Wilhelm's first taste of combat came during the Battle of Ypres. His unit had been ordered to advance on a heavily fortified Allied position, their objective to break through the enemy lines. As they moved forward, the air was filled with the deafening roar of artillery and the sharp crack of rifle fire. The battlefield was a scene of chaos. Smoke and dirt filled the air, obscuring Wilhelm's vision as he clutched his rifle and tried to stay close to his comrades. Around him, men fell, their cries of pain lost in the cacophony of war. When they reached the enemy trenches, Wilhelm hesitated. The sight of the soldiers he had been ordered to kill, boys not much older than himself, made his stomach churn. But the shouts of his commanding officer spurred him on, and he fired his weapon, the recoil jolting through his body. By the end of the day, Wilhelm's unit had taken the trench, but at a staggering cost. He sat in the mud, his hands trembling, as he tried to process what he had seen and done. War, he realized, was nothing like the stories he had been told. It was brutal, senseless, and unforgiving. November 1914. Hoof, Western Front, France, Beaufin's Comanceau. Henri huddled in the trench, his fingers clenched around his rifle as the earth shook with the impact of shellfire. The bombardment had started at dawn, a relentless barrage that turned the world above them into a maelstrom of fire and steel. Dirt and debris rained down, coating everything in a fine, suffocating layer of dust. Pierre sat beside him, his face pale but determined. "They can fire all they want," Pierre said, trying to sound confident. "We're still here." Henri nodded, but said nothing. His thoughts were on Jules, who had volunteered to run a message to the rear lines and hadn't been seen since. Henri knew the odds of his friend returning were slim. It was a grim reminder of the fragile thread that bound them to life in this place. When the shelling finally ceased, the silence was almost more unnerving. Henri peeked over the trench's edge and saw the devastation, the once green fields reduced to a pockmarked wasteland. Somewhere in the distance, a whistle blew, signaling an attack. Henri tightened his grip on his weapon and prepared to climb over the top. November 1914, No Man's Land. "Fix bayonets!" the lieutenant shouted, his voice barely audible over the din of the renewed shellfire. James's heart pounded as he followed the order, the blade gleaming dully in the grey light. Around him, the men exchanged tense glances, their fear masked by forced bravado. When the whistle came, James scrambled up the trench ladder and into the open. No Man's Land was a nightmare come to life. The ground was churned into a muddy morass, littered with the remains of earlier assaults. Barbed wire twisted like grotesque vines, snagging uniforms and flesh alike. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. James ran, his boots sinking into the mud with every step. Bullets whizzed past, and the sharp crack of machine gun fire cut down the men around him. He dropped into a shell crater for cover, his breath coming in ragged gasps. In the chaos, he spotted Charlie a few feet away, clutching his side, as blood seeped through his tunic. Summoning his courage, James crawled to his friend and pulled him into the crater. "Stay with me, Charlie," he whispered, pressing his hand against the wound. But even as he spoke, he knew it was too late. Winter, 1914. Ypres, Belgium. Wilhelm's unit spent the bitter winter in the trenches near Ypres, their advance halted by fierce resistance. Snow fell in thick, heavy drifts, transforming the battlefield into a frozen wasteland. The cold was unrelenting, seeping into their bones and sapping their strength. Rats were a constant plague, scurrying through the trenches in search of scraps. Disease spread quickly in the cramped, unsanitary conditions, and more men were lost to illness than to enemy fire. Wilhelm found himself faintly perturbed by daily experiences, and more of the same characters surfaced. One evening, as Wilhelm tended to a young soldier with a fever, his commanding officer approached. "You've got a good head on your shoulders, Ritter," the officer said gruffly. "Keep these men alive. They're all we've got." Wilhelm nodded, though he doubted his ability to make a difference. The war had already claimed so many lives, and the weight of their suffering threatened to crush him. But he pressed on, driven by a sense of duty that refused to waver. December 1914, Western Front. By December, the soldiers on both sides of the conflict were weary and disillusioned. The promise of a quick war had long since faded, replaced by the grim reality of a brutal stalemate. Yet, as Christmas approached, a strange thing happened. A failure of the conflict. On Christmas Eve, Henri heard faint singing drifting from the German trenches. The melody was unfamiliar, but hauntingly beautiful. Curious, he climbed partway out of the trench and saw a German soldier holding a lantern aloft. Try, hope, chorus. Slowly, the French and British soldiers joined in, their voices clear and glinting, glow avoiding the German rose, beautiful, avoiding a lantern aloft. Slowly, the men became visible and stared starkly at the tank fort. Still, the following morning, the unofficial truce continued. Soldiers from both sides ventured into no man's land, exchanging small gifts and sharing stories. Henri met a young German named Karl who spoke a little French. They talked about their families, their dreams, and the absurdity of the war. For one brief day, the war seemed to pause. Men who had been trying to kill each other the day before shared cigarettes and laughter, but as night fell, the soldiers returned to their trenches, knowing that the fighting would resume. For Henri, James, and Wilhelm, the truce was a poignant reminder of their shared humanity. It was a flicker of light in the darkness, a moment of peace in a war that had already claimed too much. Was a treaty of the kind only accepted in Vental. The Second Coming of the Lord God, January 1915, at Western Front. The joy of the Christmas truce was a distant memory by the new year. Henri's unit received orders to prepare for an offensive along the Artois front. The mood in the trenches shifted from camaraderie to grim resolve as soldiers polished their weapons, packed their kits, and said quiet prayers. Henri found himself in charge of a small team tasked with scouting enemy positions. The responsibility weighed heavily on him, but he knew the importance of their mission. In the dead of night, he and his men crept into no man's land, their movements shrouded in darkness. Every sound seemed amplified, the crunch of frozen mud underfoot, the distant rustle of barbed wire. When they reached the German lines, Henri motioned for his men to halt. When they reached the German lines, Henri motioned for his men to halt. Through the periscope he carried, he could see enemy sentries pacing back and forth. They were well prepared. The challenges being, the return to their trench was nerve-wracking, but Henri's team made it back unscathed. As he reported his findings to his commanding officer, he couldn't shake the feeling that the coming assault would be a massacre. April 1915, Ypres, Belgium. The first sign was the strange greenish-yellow cloud drifting across the battlefield. Wilhelm and his comrades stared in confusion until the orders came. Masks on, it's gas. The panic was immediate. Men fumbled with their primitive gas masks, some tying soaked handkerchiefs over their faces in desperation. Wilhelm managed to secure his mask, but many were not so fortunate. The gas, chlorine, burned their lungs and blinded them, leaving them gasping and writhing in agony. Through the chaos, Wilhelm's training as a medic took over. He rushed to aid his comrades, dragging the injured to safety and administering what little help he could. His hands shook as he applied salves and bandages. His ears filled with the desperate cries of dying men. By the end of the day, Wilhelm was physically and emotionally spent. The gas attack had broken the stalemate, forcing the Allied forces to retreat. As he sat in the mud, cradling a dying soldier Wilhelm wondered how much more he could endure. May 1915, Luz, France. James and his unit were ordered to hold a key position near Luz. It was a strategic high ground, and losing it would open a gap in the British line. The Germans knew this too, and they attacked with relentless ferocity. The assault began at dusk, the enemy advancing under the cover of heavy artillery fire. James crouched in his trench, his rifle at the ready, as shells exploded around him. The noise was deafening, a constant roar that left his ears ringing. As the Germans approached, James fired until his rifle overheated, then switched to his bayonet as the enemy surged into the trench. The fighting was brutal, unintimate, men grappling hand to hand in the dim light. By morning, the British still held the position, but the cost was staggering. James sat among the bodies of his fallen comrades, his hands stained with blood. He didn't feel like a hero, he felt like a survivor, barely clinging to his humanity. June 1915, Verdun, France. Henri sat under the mega shade of a broken tree, pen in hand, writing to his mother. He struggled to find the words to describe what he had seen and endured. How could he tell her about the constant shelling, the friends he had lost, the fear that gripped him every time he stepped into no man's land? Instead, he wrote about small victories, the hot meal they had been served last night, the camaraderie among his fellow soldiers, and the wildflowers that had begun to bloom near the trenches. He didn't want to burden her with the reality of war. In another trench, Wilhelm wrote to his younger sister Elise. He told her about the bravery of his comrades and the strange camaraderie that sometimes developed between enemy soldiers during lulls in the fighting. But he left out the nightmares, the lingering smell of gas, and the guilt he felt for surviving when so many had not. James, too, wrote a letter home, his words filled with longing. He asked his mother to send more socks and chocolate and promised to visit her as soon as the war ended. But he didn't tell her how uncertain he was of that promise, or how much he missed Charlie's laughter. These letters were lifelines, connecting them to a world that seemed impossibly far away. They were reminders of why they fought and what they hoped to return to, even as the war dragged on, with no end in sight. July 1915, Artois, France. The rain began in the early hours of the morning, turning the trenches into rivers of filth. Henri crouched under a makeshift cover, trying to shield himself from the downpour. The barrage began shortly after, the German artillery hammering their position with ruthless precision. There was no escape from the noise or the fear. Henri's ears rang, his body trembling with every explosion. The ground shook violently, sending clods of mud raining down. Nearby, a soldier curled into a ball, sobbing as shells burst overhead. Between barrages, Henri took stock of his men. Some were wounded but alive. Others were beyond saving. Pierre, ever the optimist, managed a weak grin. "Still breathing, mon ami," he said, though his arm was bandaged and bleeding through. The artillery fire stopped as suddenly as it began, replaced by the eerie silence that signaled an impending attack. Henri gripped his rifle, knowing the enemy would soon emerge through the haze of smoke and rain. July 1915, Artois, France. The German soldiers appeared like ghosts through the smoke, their bayonets gleaming in the dim light. Henri shouted orders to his men, their rifles barking in response. The trench became a maelstrom of chaos as the attackers poured in. Henri fought like a man possessed, his bayonet slashing and stabbing as he defended his position. His muscles burned, and his breath came in ragged gasps, but he didn't stop. Beside him, Pierre fought with equal ferocity, his wounded arm a blur of motion. The counterattack was brutal but effective. Henri's unit managed to push the Germans back, their cries of retreat mingling with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. As the smoke cleared, Henri looked around the trench. It was littered with bodies, both friend and foe. Pierre clapped him on the shoulder. "We held Henri," he said, his voice hoarse. But Henri felt no triumph, only exhaustion and sorrow for the lives lost in yet another senseless battle. August 1915, Luz, France. James's battalion had been assigned a new and perilous task, digging tunnels beneath enemy lines to plant explosives. The work was grueling and dangerous, carried out in near total darkness and under constant threat of collapse or discovery. James wiped the sweat from his brow as he chipped away at the hard earth. The tunnel was cramped, the air thick with the smell of damp soil and sweat. Every creak of the wooden supports sent a chill down his spine. One night, as James and his team worked, they heard the muffled sounds of digging from the other side. The Germans were tunneling too, and it was only a matter of time before their paths crossed. The tension was unbearable. Each strike of the pickaxe a gamble. As James and his team worked together, shovel in hand, one night James and his team were covered in buried lizards. They were asleep in a graveyard. Lizards can take long to die. They started to freeze. The wind was colder. The night When the explosives were finally in place, James felt a grim sense of relief. The detonation shook the earth, sending debris flying and creating a massive crater in the German lines. But as he climbed out of the tunnel and into the chaos above, James couldn't shake the feeling that he was trapped in an endless cycle of destruction. September 1915, Verdun, France. Wilhelm had volunteered for a reconnaissance mission behind enemy lines. It was a dangerous assignment. but he saw it as an opportunity to prove his worth and perhaps make a difference. Disguised in a tattered Allied uniform, he slipped into the dense forest under the cover of night. The mission required precision and stealth. Wilhelm crept through the underbrush, his heart pounding with every rustle of leaves. He carried no rifle, only a knife and a notebook to record enemy positions. At one point, he stumbled upon an Allied camp. From his hiding spot, he could see soldiers laughing and sharing stories around a fire. The sight filled him with the pang of longing for the camaraderie of his own unit. Wilhelm carefully noted the location of their artillery and supply lines before retreating into the forest. The return journey was harrowing, with patrols scouring the area for intruders. When he finally reached the German lines, he handed his report to his commander-in-chief, and he was greatly exalted for his service. People lauding his importance, the words poured out of the mouth of the Chancellor. But Wilhelm felt no pride, only the weight of knowing that his actions would lead to more death and suffering. October 1915, northern France. The orders were clear. Henri's unit was to reinforce the front lines near the Somme. Rumors of a massive offensive had been circulating for weeks, and the soldiers braced themselves for another round of bloodshed. The march was grueling. Rain turned the roads into rivers of mud, and the soldiers trudged forward under the weight of their packs and rifles. Henri walked in silence, his mind replaying the battles he had already endured. The thought of facing another made his stomach churn, but he kept moving, driven by duty and the bonds he had formed with his comrades. Along the way, they passed through a small village that had been reduced to rubble. Henri saw a young girl sitting on the steps of a bombed-out church, clutching a doll with a missing arm. He offered her a piece of bread, and her shy smile was a brief flicker of light in the darkness. As they neared the front, the distant rumble of artillery grew louder, a grim reminder of what awaited them. Henri steeled himself, knowing that survival would depend on courage, strategy, and sheer luck. June 1916. Trenches at the Somme. The days before the Battle of the Somme were filled with tension and preparation. James's unit was stationed in a network of trenches near the front, where they awaited the signal to advance. The air was thick with anticipation, each soldier grappling with his own fears. James spent his time writing letters to his mother and repairing his kit. The monotony of trench life was broken only by the occasional skirmish or reconnaissance mission. At night, he listened to the distant sound of artillery, a constant reminder of the storm that was about to break. The officers briefed the men on the plan. A massive artillery bombardment would precede the infantry assault, softening the enemy defenses. The soldiers nodded dutifully, but James couldn't help feeling skeptical. He had seen too many plans unravel in the chaos of battle. On the eve of the attack, James sat with his friend Thomas, sharing a cigarette and talking about home. "We'll get through this," Thomas said, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. James nodded, though he wasn't sure if he believed it. July 1, 1916, the Somme. At dawn, the bombardment began. The ground shook as thousands of shells rained down on the German lines. Henri crouched in his trench, the deafening roar filling his ears. When the barrage finally ceased, a whistle blew, signaling the start of the attack. Clouds of smoke rose from the trench to mingle with the blue sky above. Henri climbed over the top and into no man's land. The air was thick with smoke, and the muddy ground was littered with barbed wire and craters. Bullets whizzed past as the Germans opened fire, cutting down rows of soldiers. Henri ran, his heart pounding, as men fell around him. He stumbled into a shell hole and took cover, his hands shaking as he reloaded his rifle. Ahead, he saw Pierre, his uniform torn and bloodied, but still moving. "Keep going!" Pierre shouted, his voice barely audible over the chaos. Henri forced himself to his feet and pressed on, driven by sheer determination. By nightfall, the gains were minimal, and the cost was staggering. Henri's unit had suffered heavy losses, and the survivors were ordered to hold their position. Exhausted and grief-stricken, Henri collapsed into the mud, wondering how much more they could endure. July 3rd, 1916. Field Hospital, Somme region. Wilhelm worked tirelessly in a makeshift field hospital, treating the wounded from the battle. The influx of casualties was overwhelming, the tent filled with the groans of men in agony. He moved from one patient to the next, stitching wounds, setting broken bones, and administering morphine. Some of the injuries were too severe to treat, and Wilhelm had to make the heart-wrenching decision to let those men go. Among the wounded was a young British soldier named Thomas, who had been captured and brought to the German lines. Wilhelm spoke to him in halting English, offering what comfort he could. "Your courage is admirable," Wilhelm said as he bandaged Thomas's leg. "I hope you see home again." Thomas nodded weakly, his eyes filled with pain but also gratitude. Wilhelm's words were a small solace, a reminder that even in the midst of war, humanity could endure. July 1916. The Somme. The battle raged on for weeks, the front line shifting back and forth as both sides struggled for control. James found himself in the thick of the fighting, his body pushed to its limits. The second wave of attacks was just as brutal as the first. The ground was soaked with rain and blood, making every step a struggle. James and his comrades fought with everything they had, their rifles and bayonets becoming extensions of their will to survive. In a rare lull in the fighting, James took shelter in a crater and tended to a fellow soldier's wounds. The man was delirious with pain, but James stayed with him, offering quiet words of encouragement. As the sun set over the battlefield, James reflected on the day's horrors. He had survived another day, but the toll on his mind and spirit was immense. He clung to the hope that the sacrifices they made would not be in vain. July 1916, the Somme. Henri and his comrades were ordered to press forward into a sector where German resistance had proven fierce. The ground was unrecognizable, churned into a quagmire by relentless shell fire. The smell of cordite, mud, and decay hung heavy in the air. Henri led his squad through the chaos, dodging machine gun fire and navigating craters that could swallow a man whole. Pierre stayed close, his face set with determination despite his injuries. "This hell has to end sometime," he muttered, his voice barely audible. The squad reached an enemy trench after hours of grueling combat. What they found shocked them. A handful of German soldiers, barely more than boys, huddled together and waving white handkerchiefs in surrender. Henri hesitated. The humanity of their enemy suddenly stark and real. "Take them as prisoners," he ordered, his voice firm but tinged with exhaustion. As they marched the captives back to their lines, Henri couldn't shake the feeling that these young men, like him, were caught in a war they didn't fully understand. August 1916, the Somme. James found the monotony of life in the trenches almost as unbearable as the battles. Days stretched into weeks, marked by the constant threat of sniper fire, the endless mud, and the ever-present rats that scurried over sleeping men. Letters from home were a rare comfort. One day, James received a package from his mother, a tin of biscuits and a knitted scarf. The scarf smelled faintly of lavender, a scent that reminded him of simpler times. During quiet moments, James and Thomas, now recovering from his wounds, would talk about their plans after the war. "I'm going to open a pub," Thomas said with a grin. "Someplace warm, where no one ever has to see mud again." James laughed, but his smile faded as a distant artillery barrage began to rumble. The war was a constant shadow, and dreams of the future felt as fragile as the trench walls around them. September 1916, Somme front line. Wilhelm's duties had shifted to the front lines, where he worked as a stretcher bearer. The role was perilous, requiring him to venture into no man's land to retrieve the wounded under fire. One evening, as darkness cloaked the battlefield, Wilhelm and his team ventured out. The cries of injured men guided them, their voices carrying over the eerie silence. Each trip was a race against time, with artillery shells lighting up the night sky and machine guns chattering in the distance. Finally, Sheva relieved her. She turned and looked up at the stars. Wilhelm found a French soldier lying in a crater, his leg shattered and bleeding profusely. The man was delirious, mumbling in his native tongue. Despite the language barrier, Wilhelm knelt beside him, speaking softly as he applied a tourniquet. "Hold on," Wilhelm said, his voice steady. "You'll make it." The man gripped Wilhelm's hand, his eyes wide with pain and fear. Together they made it back to the German lines, where medics worked tirelessly to save him. Wilhelm knew that not all would survive, but each life saved felt like a small victory in a world of chaos. October 1916, Verdun, France. Henri had been promoted to lieutenant, a position that brought with it the burden of command. Leading men into battle was a responsibility he didn't take lightly, and the weight of every decision bore down on him. His latest orders were to secure a ridge overlooking a critical supply route. The terrain was unforgiving, and the German defences were formidable. Henri gathered his men for a briefing, outlining the plan with as much clarity and confidence as he could muster. "We'll go at night," he said. "Keep quiet, stay low, and watch each other's backs." The assault began under the cover of darkness. Henri led the charge, his heart pounding as they crawled through the mud. When the fighting erupted, it was chaotic and brutal, but Henri's careful planning paid off. By dawn, the ridge was theirs. The defeat was vindicated. In 1230, the Parliament, marshalled in the court of the Tower, released the prisoners. The palace burned in the style of peace and God. By dawn, the ridge was theirs. As Henri surveyed the battlefield, he saw the cost of their victory. Countless lives lost, their faces etched with pain and sacrifice. He vowed to honor their memory by leading with courage and compassion, even in the darkest of times. November 1916, Berlin, Germany. Back home, the war was being waged, not just on the front lines, but in the minds of civilians. Wilhelm's sister, Elise, worked in a factory that produced munitions, her days filled with the deafening clatter of machinery. Elise often attended rallies where government officials extolled the virtues of sacrifice and victory. Posters adorned the streets depicting heroic soldiers and demonized enemies. But Elise couldn't ignore the letters Wilhelm sent, which spoke of the horrors he witnessed. One evening, she confronted her supervisor after overhearing a conversation about the war's progress. "You speak of victory, but at what cost?" she demanded, her voice trembling with anger. The room fell silent, and the supervisor glared at her. "The cost is necessary," he replied curtly, "for the fatherland." Elise walked away, her heart heavy with doubt. She resolved to do what she could to support her brother. Writing him letters filled with encouragement and sending small packages of food and clothing. For her, the war was no longer about glory. It was about survival. December 1916. The Psalm. The first snowfall of the season blanketed the battlefield, muffling the sounds of war and transforming the muddy trenches into frozen prisons. Henri shivered beneath his coat, his breath visible in the frigid air. Winter brought its own dangers, frostbite, illness, and a deepened sense of despair. Food supplies were scarce, and what little they had was often frozen solid. Henri shared his rations with Pierre, who had grown gaunt and pale. "We'll get through this," Henri said, though he doubted his own words. The cold seemed to sap the will of even the bravest men. Henri's squad huddled together for warmth, their camaraderie the only thing keeping them sane. Despite the hardships, they remained vigilant, knowing the enemy was just as desperate and dangerous. One evening, Henri spotted a German soldier waving a white flag from across no man's land. Against orders, he ventured out to meet the man, who offered a crude cigarette and a wary smile. For a brief moment, there was peace. Two enemies finding common ground in the shared misery of war. December 25, 1916, Verdun, France. James had heard whispers of a potential ceasefire for Christmas, but he didn't dare hope. The war had stolen so much: lives, hope, and even faith. Yet on Christmas morning, the guns fell silent. Cautiously, soldiers from both sides emerged from their trenches, their hands raised in tentative peace. James watched as a German soldier approached, holding a tin of biscuits. "Frohe Weihnachten," the man said with a nervous smile. "Happy Christmas," James replied, shaking the man's hand. The men exchanged small gifts, chocolates, cigarettes, and photographs of loved ones. Someone produced a soccer ball, and soon a makeshift game began in the middle of no man's land. For a few precious hours, the horrors of war faded, replaced by laughter and camaraderie. James felt a flicker of hope, a reminder that humanity could endure even in the darkest times. But as the sun set, the soldiers returned to their trenches, knowing the truce was temporary. The war would resume, but the memory of that day would remain with James forever. January 1917, Berlin, Germany. Elise's factory work grew more grueling with each passing day. The demands for ammunition were relentless, and the toll on her body and spirit was evident. She noticed that many of her co-workers were falling ill, their hands blistered and lungs choked with dust. One evening, Elise confronted her foreman about the unsafe conditions. "We're dying here," she said, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. "If we're to support the war, we need better protections." The foreman dismissed her concerns, but Elise refused to back down. She began organizing her co-workers, forming a small but determined group to demand better conditions. It was risky. Any sign of dissent could be seen as treason, but Elise felt she had no choice. Meanwhile, her letters to Wilhelm became more somber. She shared her struggles and encouraged him to stay strong, though she worried about what the war was doing to him. In her own way, Elise was fighting her own battle, one that felt just as vital as those on the front lines. February 1917, the Somme. Wilhelm was once again called to venture into no man's land, this time to recover intelligence from a downed Allied plane. The mission was perilous, requiring him to navigate the treacherous terrain under the cover of darkness. The plane lay in a crater, its wings twisted and burned. Wilhelm approached cautiously, his breath visible in the cold night air. As he searched the wreckage, he found a notebook filled with coded messages. What little people the federal government thought was missing from the plane lay in a crater, its wings twisted and burned. As he searched the wreckage, he found a notebook filled with passive quotations on the pieces of paper. Just as he pocketed the notebook, a flare illuminated the sky, exposing him to the enemy. Gunfire erupted, and Wilhelm threw himself into the mud, crawling towards safety. His heart pounded as bullets whizzed past, each one a near miss. When he finally reached the German trenches, Wilhelm handed the notebook to his superior. "Good work," the officer said, but Wilhelm felt no satisfaction. The intelligence would lead to more attacks, more death. He wondered how much longer he could endure the weight of his actions. March 1917, Field Hospital, Verdun. James found himself in a field hospital after a grenade blast left him with shrapnel wounds in his leg. The tent was a grim tableau of suffering, filled with the groans of injured men and the frantic movements of overworked medics. The pain was excruciating, but James forced himself to stay alert. He watched as medics worked tirelessly, their hands stained with blood. Among them was Wilhelm, whose calm demeanor and steady hands stood out amidst the chaos. When Wilhelm reached James, he spoke in halting English. "You are lucky," he said, examining the wound. "No major damage. No cuts have been detected. We are assured of this achievement." Despite the language barrier, James felt a strange sense of connection with Wilhelm. They were on opposite sides of the war, but in that moment, they were simply two men trying to survive. As Wilhelm stitched his wound, James asked, "Do you think this war will ever end?" Wilhelm paused before answering. "It must," he said softly, his eyes filled with exhaustion and sadness. "Or we will." April 1917, Hindenburg Line, northern France. The German army began a strategic retreat to the fortified Hindenburg Line. destroying everything in their path to slow the Allied advance. Henri's squad was tasked with pursuing the retreating forces, but the desolation they encountered was unlike anything they had seen before. Villages lay in ruins, their buildings reduced to rubble, fields were scorched, and wells were poisoned. Henri's men marched through this wasteland with grim determination, their spirits dampened by the sheer destruction. One evening, they stumbled on a group of civilians hiding in the remains of a church. The villagers were terrified, their faces gaunt from hunger. Henri shared what little food his squad had, though it wasn't enough. "We'll send word to the rear lines," Henri promised. "Help will come." As they moved on, Pierre muttered, "This isn't war, it's annihilation." Henri said nothing, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the war had consumed everything it touched, leaving only despair in its wake. April 1917, and Battle of Arras, France. James and Thomas were part of the British forces tasked with storming the German defences near Arras. The offensive began with a massive artillery barrage, shaking the ground and filling the air with deafening noise. As the barrage lifted, James and his comrades advanced across no man's land. The ground was littered with craters, and the air was thick with smoke. Machine guns opened fire, cutting down men around them, but James pressed on, his heart pounding. Reaching the German trenches, James found himself in close combat, using his bayonet to fend off enemy soldiers. The fighting was brutal and chaotic, but the British forces managed to capture the first line of defences. That night, as James sat in a captured trench, he thought of the men they had lost. The victory felt hollow, overshadowed by the knowledge that tomorrow would bring more fighting, more death. May 1917, German Field Hospital. Wilhelm was transferred to a field hospital closer to the Hindenburg Line, where the influx of wounded soldiers was overwhelming. Each day, he worked tirelessly to save lives, but the resources were dwindling and the conditions were dire. One day, a young soldier was brought in with a severe abdominal wound. The boy couldn't have been more than 16, his face paled and eyes wide with fear. Wilhelm did everything he could, but the boy died on the operating table. Wilhelm sat outside the hospital tent, his hands trembling. He thought of his sister, Elise, and the letters she had sent. Her words of encouragement felt like a lifeline, but they couldn't erase the horrors he witnessed daily. That night, Wilhelm wrote a letter to Elise, confessing his doubts about the war. "I don't know if what we're doing is right," he wrote, "but I will keep going for you and for those who still have a chance." June 1917, Messines Ridge, Belgium. Henri and his squad were reassigned to assist with preparations for an audacious plan: the detonation of massive underground mines beneath the German lines at Messines Ridge. For weeks, miners had dug tunnels, laying explosives that would obliterate the enemy's fortifications. The tension was palpable as the detonation approached. Henri watched as engineers finalized the wiring, their movements precise despite the danger. When the moment came, the ground shook violently, and a deafening roar filled the air. The explosion was devastating, creating craters large enough to swallow buildings. Henri's squad advanced immediately, taking advantage of the chaos to capture the ridge. The Germans were caught off guard, their defenses in disarray. That night, Henri stood at the edge of a crater, staring at the destruction. The victory was undeniable, but the cost weighed heavily on him. The war was a machine, consuming everything in its path, and Henri wondered how long they could endure. June 1917, died Berlin, Germany. Elise's efforts to improve conditions in the factory gained traction, but they also attracted attention from the authorities. She and her fellow workers staged a silent protest, refusing to work until their demands were met. The factory floor was eerily quiet as the women stood together, their faces resolute. The four men threatened them with dismissal, but Elise stood her ground. "We are the backbone of this war effort," she said. "If we fall, so does the fatherland." The protest ended when officials arrived, promising to address their concerns. Elise knew the promises were hollow, but she felt a small sense of victory. Her actions had sparked a ripple of resistance, a quiet defiance against a system that demanded so much and gave so little in return. That evening, Elise wrote to Wilhelm, sharing her experiences. "We are all fighting our own battles," she wrote, "but I believe in you as you must believe in yourself." July 1917, the Western Front, France. James had been in and out of the trenches for weeks, but the war had finally caught up with him. His squad was tasked with pushing through a stretch of trench that had been abandoned by the Germans but remained littered with mines and booby traps. As they advanced cautiously, James's younger brother Thomas was struck by an unseen landmine. The explosion threw James back, the sound of his brother's scream searing into his mind. He rushed to his side, but it was too late. Thomas's injuries were fatal, and as James held him in his arms, the coldness of the loss seeped deep into his soul. "I'm so sorry, Tom," James whispered through gritted teeth, tears streaming down his face. His brother, his closest friend, was gone. That night, James was given a moment to bury his brother in the makeshift cemetery behind the lines. The soil seemed to consume him as he lowered Thomas into the earth. He wanted to scream, to rage against the injustice, but instead he simply sat there, staring at the grave, feeling a quiet numbness. July 1917, Messines Ridge, Belgium. After the explosion that tore apart Messines Ridge, Henri's squad moved cautiously through the remnants of the battlefield. The Germans had been routed, but the consequences of the blast were far-reaching. Bodies lay in the craters, their forms twisted in the aftermath of the destruction. Henri stepped over the rubble, his eyes scanning the horizon. The once pristine ridge had become a chaotic wasteland, the earth scarred by the immense power of the explosion. He couldn't escape the haunting images of the dead, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and pain. Despite the victory, Henri felt no triumph. His mind often wandered to his comrades who hadn't made it out alive, and to the families they would never return to. What did it all mean? Was the land they had taken worth the lives lost to claim it? The questions gnawed at him, but there were no answers in the war-torn landscape before him. August 1917, the Somme, France. Wilhelm had been on the front lines for nearly a year, and the toll it had taken on him was evident. The constant barrage of artillery, the never-ending flood of casualties, and the unrelenting pressure weighed heavily on his soul. One evening, after a particularly fierce battle, Wilhelm sat on the edge of a trench, staring into the distance. He thought of Elise and their earlier letters, of her unwavering faith in the war effort. But Wilhelm had lost his faith long ago, and the higher meads and climbs, while the ground is giving under the weight of the world on him. Wilhelm had lost his faith long ago. The war had shattered everything he once believed in. It wasn't about glory, honor, or the survival of the nation. It was simply about survival. The men he fought beside, the men he had killed, all of them were reduced to numbers and wounds. His hands were stained with the blood of men who had once been like him, and the guilt was overwhelming. "I don't know how much longer I can keep going," Wilhelm muttered under his breath. His voice was barely audible, but it held the weight of a man on the brink of despair. September 1917, Ypres, Belgium, Baljo. The Allies launched a major offensive at Ypres, determined to break through the German defenses. Henri's squad was called upon to provide support in the assault. The air was thick with smoke and the stench of death as they advanced across the battlefield, the ground shaking beneath them with each artillery blast. Henri's eyes scanned the horizon as his men moved forward, their footsteps heavy with exhaustion. Every moment felt like it could be their last. The Germans, dug in behind fortified positions, fought fiercely, determined to hold their ground. The battle for Ypres would be long, grueling and costly. Henri found himself shoulder to shoulder with men he had known for months, some of them still standing, others falling with each passing minute. The chaos of war engulfed them, but through it all there was a fierce bond between them, a bond forged in fire. Our immerses nous sur al par un ilaba. Moi Dieu sin pelis mont etre istins d'autres sin promour na fameur. By the end of the day, Henri and his comrades had managed to gain some ground, but at a steep price. The dead and wounded were everywhere, their bodies scattered across the scarred landscape. There was no celebration of victory, only the grim task of counting the cost of the battle. October 1917. A British field hospital. James had seen his fair share of violence, but there was something different about the wounds that came with the Ypres offensive. The sheer brutality of the assault had left dozens of men with disfiguring injuries, and James found himself at a field hospital once again, this time as a medic. He moved from bed to bed, treating wounds and offering what comfort he could. The men were silent for the most part, too exhausted or too broken to speak. Yet, among them, there was a young soldier named Samuel, who had been wounded in the arm and leg. Despite his pain, Samuel remained upbeat, cracking jokes to lighten the mood. Samuel smiled, a faint glimmer of hope in his eyes. As long as I'm still breathing, I'm doing better than most. Thank you. James couldn't help but admire Samuel's resilience. There was no heroism in the everyday survival of war. But Samuel's spirit made him a silent hero in James's eyes. November 1917, the Western Front. The war was grinding on, and with each passing day it felt as though the end was further and further away. But the Allied forces, bolstered by reinforcements, prepared for what would become one of the final offensives of the war, the push to break through the German defenses once and for all. Henri and his squad were ready, though the weight of their previous losses hung over them like a cloud. They knew what lay ahead. More bloodshed, more suffering, but perhaps, just perhaps, it would be enough to bring the war to an end. And yet it wasn't enough. It was not sufficient. Glory has to be shown. The battle was fierce, but the Allied forces managed to push forward. The Germans were exhausted, their lines thinning, their morale shattered. As Henry advanced through the smoke and chaos, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of resolve. This would be their final push. The war might be coming to an end, but the scars it left would last forever. December 1917. Verdun, France. The sombre winter air hung thick over the remnants of Verdun, a city that had borne the scars of countless battles. The French had managed to hold their ground against the German onslaught earlier in the war, but the toll it had taken was unimaginable. The trenches around Verdun had become a labyrinth of mud and iron, a hellscape where the war never truly ceased. Henry's squad was reassigned to assist in reinforcing the French defences near Verdun. As they arrived at the front, the landscape seemed to stretch on endlessly, dotted with makeshift forts and battered bunkers. The air was thick with the scent of decay, the silence only broken by the occasional distant shelling. Henri stood at the edge of a trench, gazing out over the battlefield. The remnants of men and machines were scattered across the ground, an eerie testament to the destruction of war. Yes, I can remember when all that gold tailed away. At least the first few men and women were retrieved, just as they always did. Imagine the sights they'd wander. What will I see when I open my eyes? Imagine when all those lives were stolen. There's no end to it, is there? Pierre said softly beside him. Henri didn't answer. He didn't have to. The truth of the war was inescapable. Verdun was a symbol of endurance, but it also felt like a graveyard, each day a struggle to survive, each moment another reminder of the futility of it all. December 1917, the Somme, France. James's unit was stationed near the Somme, tasked with holding the line through the unforgiving winter months. Snow fell in thick blankets, and the cold seeped into their bones, gnawing at their spirits. One night, after a particularly brutal day of trench warfare, James stood guard, staring into the darkness. The silence was broken only by the occasional echo of artillery in the distance. But there was something else, the muffled sound of men singing softly in the trenches, trying to keep the darkness at bay. James moved closer, his breath visible in the cold air. It was Samuel, the young soldier who had found humor in the worst of circumstances. Despite the bloodstains on his uniform and the frost clinging to his boots, Samuel was singing a simple tune. "The war can't take our voices," Samuel said with a grin. "No matter how much they try to break us, we'll keep singing." James couldn't help but smile. There was a resilience in Samuel that defied the war. As much as they had lost, as much as they had endured, there were still moments of light, however fleeting. January 1918, the Western Front. Wilhelm had been gravely wounded during a German counterattack. His injuries severe enough that he was finally sent to a field hospital for recovery. Despite the comfort of medical care, Wilhelm couldn't escape the feeling of dread that had clung to him throughout the war. As he lay in a cot, his thoughts turned to his sister Elise and the letters they had exchanged. He felt the weight of their words, the promises, the hopes, the dreams for a future that now seemed so far away. He wrote her one last letter, his hand shaky as he carefully chose his words. "I've seen the worst of this war, and it has changed me in ways I cannot explain," he wrote. "But I am still here. I'll survive. I promise you that." Wilhelm sealed the letter, and as he closed his eyes to rest, he felt a sense of quiet resignation. He had done what he could, fought for what he believed in, but the war had taken its toll. Whatever came next, he would face it with the same courage he had shown on the front lines. February 1918, the Western Front. Henri's squad had been pushed back to a fortified position near the outskirts of Amiens. The war had been dragging on for years, and the men were exhausted. Many had been injured or killed, and the morale of the troops was at an all-time low. As Henri sat in a dugout cleaning his rifle, he couldn't help but think of the friends he had lost along the way. Pierre, who had fallen at Ypres, and many others whose names had been forgotten by the world. The war had taken so much from them, and now it seemed like there was no end in sight. The sound of artillery in the distance broke his reverie. Rosetta Lieber's Deventers in the air, a quiet desperation to see this war end. The sound of machine guns starting and the sound of artillery in the distance in the air. And stock outplay. Something out of orders. None there. What's it all for? Henri muttered to himself, the question lingering in the cold air. The answer he knew was elusive. No one truly understood why they were still fighting, except that they had no choice. March 1918, the Western Front. The winter of 1918 had been harsh, and as spring began to thaw the frozen landscape, both sides began to prepare for what would be one of the final battles of the war. The Germans launched their spring offensive, a last-ditch effort to break through the Allied lines before American reinforcements could tip the balance in favor of the Allies. James and his comrades were once again thrust into battle, this time in an attempt to repel the German advance. The sound of German artillery echoed across the fields, and the Allies were forced to retreat in the face of the overwhelming assault. James, now a seasoned veteran of the trenches, could feel the weight of history pressing on him. He had seen the brutality of the war, had witnessed the suffering of his comrades, and now it seemed as though the end was within reach. But even in the face of this latest offensive, he couldn't shake the feeling that the war was more than just a military conflict. It was a force that had changed everything, altering the course of history forever. April 1918. The Hindenburg Line, France. Henri's squad was part of the push to reclaim territory lost during the German spring offensive. As they advanced toward the Hindenburg Line, a fortified trench system that had once been the heart of German resistance, The men could feel the finality of the situation. The battle for the Hindenburg Line was fierce, but the Germans were no longer able to fight with the same strength they had at the beginning of the war. Their supplies were running low, and their morale was shattered. The tide of the war was finally turning in favor of the Allies. Henri moved through the trenches, leading his men into the fray. It was a grim affair. Each inch of land gained a reminder of the cost of victory. As the Germans retreated, Henri couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It was over, or at least it was close. The war had taken everything, but in the end, the Allies had won. The question now was what kind of peace would emerge from the ashes. May 1918, the Hindenburg Line, France. The relentless advance of the Allies had driven the Germans into a retreat, but the cost of victory was becoming clearer with each passing day. The landscape was a vast expanse of wreckage, the trenches now filled with the broken bodies of both soldiers and civilians. Henri's men had reached the final stretch of the Hindenburg Line, but the once proud fortifications were now a crumbling testament to the desperation of the German forces. The trenches, once meticulously constructed, had been abandoned in a frantic flight. The men had lost their will to fight, their resolve shattered by the endless strain of war. Henri stood at the edge of a trench, gazing at the ruins. There were no celebrations, no cheers of victory, just the deep, aching silence of the war's aftermath. The men around him were exhausted, their faces gaunt, their eyes hollow from the unrelenting violence. James approached Henri, his face drawn with the weight of their shared experiences. "It's almost over," he said softly, though his voice lacked conviction. Henri nodded, but the words felt hollow. It didn't feel like an end. It felt like the quiet before the next storm. They had won, but in some ways, it felt like they had lost far more than they could ever gain. June 1918. The French countryside. After months of grueling combat, James and Henri were granted a brief reprieve and sent to a quiet corner of the French countryside to rest and recover. It was a temporary calm, a fleeting moment of peace amidst the devastation. The rolling hills were peaceful, the air crisp and still, a stark contrast to the hellish conditions they had endured on the front lines. James couldn't shake the feeling of guilt that clung to him. He had survived when so many others hadn't. He had witnessed the deaths of close friends, men he had fought alongside, laughed with, and mourned with. And now, in this quiet haven, he was left to wrestle with the enormity of his survival. "Do you ever wonder why we made it out?" Henri asked as they sat together on the edge of a hill, overlooking the serene landscape. James turned his gaze toward the horizon, the peaceful countryside seeming almost surreal in comparison to the horrors they had just left behind. I think about it every day, he replied, and I don't have an answer. All I know is that it doesn't feel like victory, not after everything we've lost. July 1918, the Western Front, France. The respite was short-lived. Within weeks, the men were once again called to the front, this time to face what would become one of the last major offensives of the war, the 100 Days Offensive. The Allies, bolstered by the arrival of fresh American troops, had begun their final push to break the back of the German resistance. Henri and his comrades advanced through the fields, their faces grim and set with determination. The landscape had become an apocalyptic vision. Ravaged villages, scorched earth, and the ever-present smell of death. The Germans were retreating, but not without a fight. The sound of machine gun fire echoed in the distance, signaling the commencement of another battle. The Germans, though exhausted, had regrouped and were holding firm. The men knew the stakes were higher now. This was the final push, the last stand. The outcome of this battle would decide the fate of the war. Henri, James, and the others pressed forward, driven by a sense of duty and the hope that their sacrifice would finally bring an end to the suffering. But even as they fought with everything they had, a part of them knew the war had already taken so much. What more could it ask of them? November 19, 18, Yezan, Compiègne, France. On November 11th, 1918, at 11 a.m., the armistice was signed in a railway carriage at Compiègne, bringing an end to the war that had claimed millions of lives. The guns fell silent, the roaring artillery ceased, and for the first time in 4 years, the world breathed a collective sigh of relief. For the men who had fought, the sense of victory was muted. The war had left its mark on every soul who had experienced it. The soldiers who had once stood in formation now walked through the streets of Paris or London, weary, broken, and changed. The faces of their comrades had faded from memory, the names lost in the style of war. The wounds they carried were not just physical, they were emotional, psychological, and Henri stood outside a makeshift hospital, watching as civilians poured into the streets, celebrating their newfound peace. The soldiers, however, remained silent, the weight of their experiences too heavy for outward joy. James stood beside him, his face a mask of exhaustion. "We survived," James said quietly, more to himself than to Henri. "Yes," Henri replied, his voice distant. "But at what cost?" December 1918. London, England. The war had ended, but for some, the true battle had just begun. The psychological toll of the conflict was profound, and many men returned home to find that their families could not comprehend the horrors they had experienced. Wilhelm, having recovered from his injuries, returned to London. The streets were alive with celebrations, but Wilhelm felt like an outsider in his own city. The faces around him were jubilant, but they seemed so distant, so unaware of the horrors that had consumed him and so many others. He wrote a letter to his family, recounting the events of the past few years, but he struggled to find the right words. How could he explain the trauma, the loss, the destruction, when it was something no one could truly understand unless they had lived it themselves? As he walked through the streets of London, he realized that the war had taken not only the lives of the fallen, but also the lives of the living. There would be no real homecoming, no true return to normal. The men who fought had been forever changed, and the world they returned to was one they no longer recognized. January 1919, Paris, France. In the aftermath of the war, James, Henri, and their comrades were sent to Paris for debriefing and rest. The city, once a symbol of beauty and culture, now stood as a solemn witness to the devastation that had swept across Europe. In the aftermath of the war, James, Henri, and his companions were sent to Paris for debriefing and rest. The city, once a symbol of beauty and culture. As James walked through the quiet streets, he found himself drawn to the statues and monuments that dotted the landscape. They were beautiful, yes, but they were also reminders of the lives lost, the dreams shattered, and the immense sacrifice of the war. Henry joined him, and the two men stood in silence before a memorial. Please speak to them about, Mark Welbeck is playing too big a role right now. This strange, Dory said softly. He spoke to them about, Mark Welbeck's playing too big a role right now. James nodded, his gaze still fixed on the monument. I think we'll spend the rest of our lives trying to make sense of it all. The war had ended, but its effects would linger for a lifetime. And yet, amidst the darkness, there was a glimmer of hope, a sense that even after everything, the human spirit could endure, rebuild, and heal. February 1919, Paris, France. In the days following the armistice, James and Henri found themselves caught in a haze of uncertainty. The war was over, but its ghosts lingered in every corner of their minds. The city of Paris, now flush with victory, felt like an alien world to the men who had seen the horrors of the front lines. Henri wandered the streets, unable to shake the memories of the trenches, the sounds of celebration around him, the laughter, the music, the clinking of glasses, felt out of place. He had fought for this peace. but it felt distant, as if the world had moved on without him. In the evenings, he and James would meet in a small cafe, the dim lighting offering some comfort from the cold and the chaos outside. The other patrons spoke in excited tones about the future, about rebuilding what had been destroyed. But for Henri and James, the future was a daunting, unknowable thing. The horrors they had experienced weren't something that could be easily erased. "Do you think we'll ever be the same again?" James asked, staring into his cup of coffee. Henri paused, looking out the window at the bustling street. The question seemed impossible to answer. The war had stripped away so much. Hope, youth, innocence, that it was hard to imagine returning to anything close to what they had been. "No," Henri said finally, his voice quiet. "I don't think we will." March 19, London, England. Back in London, Wilhelm continued to struggle with his reintegration into civilian life. He had returned to his family home, but the reunion was not as he had imagined it. The city was alive with celebration, but Wilhelm felt like a ghost among the living. The war had transformed him in ways that no one could understand, and he found himself unable to connect with the people around him. The tired empire had been self-helped. There was nothing he could do. His father, a man of few words, had welcomed him home with a handshake, but there was no true acknowledgement of the horrors Wilhelm had faced. His mother had hugged him, but it felt like a formality, a way to close the chapter on a painful chapter in their lives. Wilhelm spent his days walking the streets, trying to escape the overwhelming weight of the memories that clung to him. He found solace in the quiet, in the moments when he could simply be alone with his thoughts. But no matter how much he tried to forget, the memories of the war remained with him, haunting his every step. "I'm not the same man I was," he wrote in a letter to a friend, his hand trembling as he spoke. "And I don't think I ever will be." Parents do not make any mistake in acting on their own behalf, from ever being the thinker in their child's mind. Prove me that what you preach is possible. Prove to me that what you preach is possible. April 1919, London, England. The city had returned to a sense of normalcy, but for those who had survived the war, the return to everyday life was a constant battle. For Wilhelm, the weight of remembrance was a burden he carried with him wherever he went. The faces of the men he had fought alongside, the sounds of gunfire and explosions, they were all etched into his mind, impossible to escape. One afternoon, as he walked through the streets of London, he passed a memorial for the fallen soldiers. It was a simple structure, a monument to those who had died in the war, and yet it felt like an insurmountable reminder of the cost of the conflict. Wilhelm stopped before the memorial, his heart heavy with grief. The names of the dead were engraved on the stone, each one a reminder of a life lost, a story unfinished. He thought of his comrades, the ones who had fallen beside him in the trenches, and the ones whose faces had become nothing more than a blur in his memory. Did they die for nothing? He whispered to himself, the question hanging in the air like a spectre. May 1919, Paris, France. Henri had returned to Paris with the hopes of finding some sense of closure, but the wounds of the war were not so easily healed. The city, still scarred by the conflict, seemed to pulse with an undercurrent of pain and loss. Everywhere he went, he saw the faces of other men who had fought in the war, men who, like him, carried the invisible scars of battle. One evening, Henri attended a gathering of veterans at a local hall. The room was filled with men who had fought in the trenches, their faces weathered and worn. They spoke in hushed tones about the war, sharing stories of battle and survival. But there was no real joy in their conversation. Henri found himself standing at the edge of the room, feeling more disconnected than ever. The war had robbed them of something more than just their comrades. It had taken their innocence, their sense of purpose. Now they were all left to try to piece their lives back together, but it felt like an impossible task. The voices around him grew quieter, and Henri realized that the war had left them all with a shared silence. They had all endured the same trauma, but no one knew how to speak of it. It was a silent war, fought not just on the battlefield, but in the minds of those who had survived. June 1919, London, England. As the months passed, the veterans of the war found themselves increasingly forgotten by the society they had fought to protect. The government, eager to move on from the war, had begun to prioritize rebuilding the economy and healing the nation. The soldiers, however, were left behind, their struggles ignored. Wilhelm found himself standing in line at a local employment office, waiting for the chance to find work. The lines were long, the competition fierce, and yet Wilhelm couldn't shake the feeling that he was invisible. It was as though the world had moved on without him, and he was now a relic of a past that no one wanted to remember. He watched as men around him struggled to find their place in a world that had no place for them. The war had taken so much from them, and now it seemed to have taken their future as well. There's no one left to remember us, Wilhelm thought bitterly, his heart heavy with the weight of his survival. July 1919, Paris, France. Henri had spent months trying to find peace, but the war had left an indelible mark on his soul. He often found himself wandering the streets of Paris, unable to find a sense of belonging in a world that had moved on. The city, once a symbol of hope and beauty, now felt like a prison, its vibrant streets a constant reminder of the life he could never return to. One day, while walking along the banks of the Seine, Henri found himself watching a group of children playing. Their laughter filled the air, a stark contrast to the somber silence that had become his life. He envied them, the innocence that they still possessed, the joy that came so easily to them. He thought of the life he had once known, of the world before the war. It felt like a distant dream, something that belonged to someone else. But even as he longed for the past, he knew it was gone, lost forever in the fog of war. August 1919, London, England. In the wake of the war, the silence that hung over the soldiers was a heavy, oppressive thing. Wilhelm had spent the last several months attempting to reintegrate into society, but it had become increasingly difficult. The city's celebrations had faded, replaced by a sense of hollow normalcy. The enthusiasm of civilians seemed distant from the realities that the soldiers now faced. He found himself at a local tavern, nursing a drink in solitude, surrounded by the chatter of others. Men talked of business, of rebuilding, of the future, but Wilhelm felt as though he was trapped in a different world. Their words were foreign to him now, their concerns trivial. In the silence of his thoughts, he realized something that had been growing within him for months. The war had not only taken the lives of his comrades, but it had also left a part of him shattered. He would never again feel fully connected to those around him. The wounds of war were not just physical. They had torn at the very core of his humanity. A man at the bar clapped him on the back, a gesture of camaraderie, but Wilhelm couldn't bring himself to return the smile. He nodded politely, but the truth was that nothing felt real anymore. It was as if the war had erased everything, even the very essence of who he once was. September 1919, Paris, France. Henri's life in Paris had grown increasingly solitary. His relationships with his family had become strained as they struggled to understand the depths of his trauma. The gulf between them was widening, and no matter how much he tried to understand what he had understood, he goes to Rome to meditate and experience further perspectives on what he had witnessed. One evening, Henri visited the war memorial in the city center, a towering structure that commemorated the soldiers who had died. As he stood there, his mind wandered back to the names engraved on the marble, the faces of comrades who had never returned. The monument, a symbol of sacrifice, felt empty to him now. The monument, a symbol of sacrifice, felt empty to him. The moment he had spent by himself in his sorrow and death. He did not speak of the death of his wife. A young couple walked past him, hand in hand, their carefree conversation a sharp contrast to his own thoughts. Henri watched them with a twinge of envy. They had never known war. They were free, untouched by the horrors that still haunted him. The world had moved on, but for Henri and the others who had fought, there was no moving forward. There was only the burden of memory and the slow, grinding process of survival. October 1919, London, England. The Summer of Lies by H.P. Lovecraft. As the months passed, the British government began to address the growing issue of veterans returning from the war. Promises had been made during the conflict, promises of support, compensation, and recognition, but many veterans found themselves disillusioned by the lack of action. Wilhelm was one of those who had hoped for more. He had been promised medical care, a pension, and a return to a stable life. But when he visited the local veterans' office, he was met with frustration and disappointment. The funds were limited, the services inadequate, and the promises seemed to be nothing more than empty words. He was not alone in his frustrations. Many of his fellow soldiers shared his feelings of betrayal. The government had used them as pawns in a war that had cost them everything, and now that it was over, they were being abandoned. "We fought for this country," one veteran said bitterly in the waiting room, "but they won't even help us when we need it." Wilhelm couldn't argue. The truth was undeniable. The war had taken so much from him and so many others, and now, in the aftermath, the country that had once celebrated their service seemed to have forgotten them entirely. November 1919, Paris, France. In Paris, the reality of post-war life was settling in for Henri. The city, once full of hope and vitality, now felt drained. The bright lights of the cafes, the laughter of the crowds, all of it seemed to be a farce, a mere distraction from the pain and loss that simmered beneath the surface. Henri began to withdraw further into himself. The nights were filled with sleeplessness, the days with a quiet, brooding depression. He visited the familiar streets of the city, but they offered him no comfort. The monuments, the shops, the bustling crowds, they all felt like a mask over the sorrow that lay beneath. One evening, Henri sat at a cafe near the Seine, watching the river flow by. The water seemed endless, a reminder of the passage of time. He thought of the men he had fought alongside, their faces, their names. He thought of the way they had died, the brutality of the war that had claimed so many lives. The war was over, but its legacy would last forever, and for Henri there was no escaping it. He had fought for peace, but peace was something that could never truly be won. December 1919, London, England. The cold winter had settled over London. and Wilhelm found himself walking the streets again, his mind adrift in the same endless cycle of thoughts. The past was a fractured collection of memories, each piece more painful than the last. The war had fractured his sense of self, and now he was struggling to make sense of the world around him. The festive season was approaching, but there was no joy for Wilhelm. The decorations in the streets, the bustling crowds, shopping for gifts, it all felt like a mockery. How could the world celebrate when so much had been lost? One evening, as he walked through a park, he saw children playing in the snow, their laughter filling the air. He watched them. For a long time, the image of their innocence sharp against the harshness of his own memories. Years later, he found himself wondering if there was ever a pretend of life. For the first time in months, Wilhelm felt a glimmer of something. Perhaps it was hope, or perhaps it was just the faintest trace of what he had lost. There was too much tragedy, and as quickly as it had come, it vanished. The war had taken too much. There was nothing left but the weight of what had been. January 1920, Paris, France. Henri sat in a small room at his apartment in Paris, the winter air chilling the windows. His thoughts were fragmented, his mind always circling back to the war. The peace that had been promised had never come, not for him, nor for the others who had fought. As he sat there, Henri felt the weight of his own disillusionment. The war had taken his innocence, his hope, and his belief in something greater than himself. It had stripped him of everything he had known, and left him in a world that felt foreign. But, despite the overwhelming darkness, Henri still held on to one thing: its comrades. They were the last remnant of the war that had any meaning for him. Specked between the bright abundance of the war that had any meaning for him, and though they had all been scattered across Europe, separated by the storm, and they with whom he connected together to hold and connect the conspiracy in the movement. In the stillness of that room, Henri understood something for the first time. The war had been a devastating force, but it had also forged something stronger, a bond between the men who had fought together. And though the world might never truly understand the sacrifices they had made, Henri knew that, for them, the war would never truly end. It would live on, in their memories, in their shared experiences, and in the silent bond they held with each other. The war had claimed so much, but it could never take that away. February 1920, London, England. As the years continued to stretch out, the wounds of the war, both visible and invisible, remained with the men who had fought. For Wilhelm, the years after the war were defined by a constant battle with himself. He could never fully escape the memories, the ghosts that lingered behind every closed door and in every corner of his mind. One particularly cold February morning, Wilhelm stood at the front door of a small house in the outskirts of London, his heart pounding. He had not seen his old comrades from the front in years, but the thought of reconnecting filled him with a strange combination of hope and fear. He had written a letter to one of them, a man named Edward, whom he had known during the early days of the war. Edward had survived the Battle of the Somme, a miracle in itself, and for years after, the two had kept in touch, only sporadically. Today, Edward had agreed to meet him. Wilhelm wasn't sure what he expected. Perhaps some sense of closure or a return to the camaraderie of their youth, or maybe just the comfort of knowing that someone else had lived through the same hell. As the door opened, Edward stood before him, looking older than Wilhelm had remembered. The years had not been kind, but there was a familiarity in his face, a sad history that tied them together in ways words could never fully express. "I never thought I'd see you again," Edward said softly, stepping aside to let Wilhelm in. "Will help send you with a better life than this. I never thought I'd see you again," Edward said softly, stepping aside to let Wilhelm in. March 1920, Paris, France. Henri had never felt the weight of his isolation more than he did now. The war had created a void in his soul, one that seemed to only grow larger with the passage of time. The city of Paris, full of life and energy, seemed so far removed from the man he had become. The streets were crowded, but Henri felt like an outsider, watching the world go by without truly being part of it. The faces of those around him seemed so untouched by the horrors he had witnessed, their lives so full of promise. And then there was him, a man defined by war, forever changed by the bloodshed and brutality. One night, Henri sat alone at a cafe, staring into his drink. A few tables away, a group of young men laughed and joked, their conversation light-hearted and carefree. Henri closed his eyes, wishing for a moment of peace, but all that came was the echo of gunfire, the cries of the world he could never leave behind. In the solitude of that moment, Henri came to a bitter realization. The war had stolen not just the lives of the soldiers, but the lives they could have led. The war had deprived them of their futures, leaving them to wander in a world that no longer felt like home. April 1920, London, England. The meeting between Wilhelm and Edward had rekindled something inside both men, an acknowledgement that, despite the years that had passed, they had shared an experience that few would ever truly understand. Their conversation began with a silence, both of them unsure how to approach the weight of their shared history. I don't think anyone can ever truly understand, Edward said finally, breaking the silence. What we went through, what we saw, it's not something you can explain to someone who wasn't there. Wilhelm nodded. He had tried to explain his feelings to his family, to friends, but it always fell flat. They couldn't comprehend the horrors of war, the way it twisted everything, from men's souls to their very perception of life. The two men spent hours reminiscing about the old days, not just the battles, but the small moments, the times they had laughed together in the trenches, the moments of peace they had stolen in the midst of chaos. But as the evening wore on, the reality of their situation became clearer. The war had ended, but the scars it left, both physical and psychological, remained. There was no real escape. May 1920, Paris, France. Henri received a letter one morning, an unexpected communication from his sister in Normandy. She had been living with her husband and children, far away from the city's distractions, and now she was inviting him to visit. For Henri, the thought of returning to the countryside was both a relief and a source of dread. The countryside had been the last place he remembered before the war, a peaceful existence. It had been a time when the world had seemed so much simpler, a time before the brutality of the trenches had shattered everything he knew. Henri had not been home in years, and the idea of revisiting the past stirred up emotions he had long tried to bury. Would his family understand the man he had become? Would they be able to see past the dark cloud that had followed him home? Despite his reservations, Henri decided to go. He packed his belongings and made his way to Normandy, his heart heavy with the weight of memories he could never leave behind. The train ride was long, and as he gazed out the window, he felt the familiar pang of longing, the desire for something he could never truly return to. June 1920, Normandy, France. Oran arrived in Normandy, the soft sound of the ocean in the distance, and the scent of fresh flowers filling the air. His sister's house was nestled in the rolling hills, surrounded by fields of wheat and green pastures. It was a peaceful place, far removed from the chaos he had experienced. When he arrived, his sister welcomed him with open arms, her smile genuine but tinged with concern. She hadn't seen him in so long, and the changes in him were immediately noticeable. His posture was different, slouched, burdened. His eyes, once bright, were now dull, haunted. That evening, they sat together in the garden, the fading sunlight casting long shadows over the land. Henri took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm inside him. He hadn't realized how much he had missed the quiet of the countryside, how much he longed for peace. "I've changed, Marie," he confessed softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't think I can ever go back to the way I was." Marie reached out and placed a hand on his. "No, Henri, but you're still here, and that's all that matters." Henri looked out at the horizon, the vast expanse of land stretching out before him. For the first time in a long while, he felt a flicker of something, maybe hope, maybe acceptance. Perhaps there was a way forward, after all. July 1920, London, England. I'm Wenau Ibenture with telling. The most recent visitor has unseemed like unborn mortal. The city was full of life. It seemed as though no one could truly leave the past behind. One day, Wilhelm visited a local support group for veterans, hoping to find some semblance of understanding. The group was small, a mixture of men from different backgrounds and experiences, but they all shared one common bond: the war. As they sat in a circle sharing their stories, Wilhelm realized that he wasn't alone in his suffering. These men, strangers to him, were living through the same struggles, the same heartache. Isabelos himself had just told the same thing. The people he had known across the world. "We're all in this together," one man said, his voice trembling. "We may never fully heal, but at least we can try to find a way forward." Wilhelm nodded, a small but important step toward healing. The journey ahead would be long, but perhaps it was one they didn't have to walk alone. August 1920, Paris, France. The summer heat in Paris was unbearable, the air thick with humidity, as Henri walked the narrow streets. The city, once a symbol of art and culture, now felt like a distant memory, clouded by the weight of his experiences. His sister's home had offered a brief respite, a brief moment of peace, but the memories of the war had not left him. They followed him wherever he went. He tried to immerse himself in the city's life, wandering through the busy markets, visiting old haunts, hoping that the familiar sights would anchor him to some semblance of normalcy. But the louder the city grew, the emptier Henri felt. He sat in a cafe, his coffee untouched, staring blankly at the people around him. They laughed and talked, oblivious to the soldier sitting alone in the corner. He envied them. How could they continue with their lives as if nothing had changed? How could they move forward so easily, while he was still trapped in the nightmare of the past? It was in this moment of despair that Henri noticed something he had missed for months. The faces of the people around him, the citizens of Paris, they were all living in the aftermath of the war too. In one way or another, they had been touched by it. Some had lost family, some had endured hardships, some had fought in the trenches. The scars were invisible, but they were there. Henri felt a shift within himself. Maybe he wasn't so alone after all. The war had left its mark on the world in ways he couldn't see, but it was there, in the way people moved through their lives, in the quiet sadness behind their eyes. September 1920, London, England. As the autumn winds began to sweep across London, Wilhelm found himself at a crossroads. The camaraderie he had briefly shared with his fellow veterans had given him a sense of purpose, but it was fleeting. He had seen their faces, their struggles, and he knew that they were no closer to healing than he was. Yet there was something inside him, a small flicker of hope that he couldn't extinguish. It had come from his conversation with Edward, the bond they shared, and the realization that he wasn't alone in this fight. The war had taken so much from him, but perhaps, just perhaps, he could still find something in the wreckage to build from. He decided to visit the Veterans Office again, not with the expectation of a miraculous solution, but with a determination to keep moving forward, a fight for the future, even if it seemed uncertain. The office was bustling as usual, but Wilhelm wasn't deterred. He approached the desk and inquired about the support programs again. There were still no clear answers, but this time he didn't feel defeated. He felt resolved. Perhaps the bureaucracy of the system wouldn't be the answer, though he could build something for himself. It was a small victory, but it was enough to ignite a spark in his chest. The war had taken away his certainty, but he had learned to live with that uncertainty. It was time to rebuild. October 1920, Paris, France. The autumn leaves scattered across the streets of Paris, the orange and gold hues providing a stunning contrast to the somber thoughts swirling in Henri's mind. Despite his previous resolve to return to some form of normality, he found himself growing increasingly reflective. The past continued to haunt him, its spectres rising in every shadow and every quiet moment. One evening Henri took a walk along the Seine, the cool breeze biting at his skin. The river flowed relentlessly before him, a reminder of the passage of time. He had lost so much, and yet, as the years drifted by, he began to understand that he wasn't the same man he had been before the war. The war had shaped him in ways he couldn't yet fully comprehend, and perhaps it would continue to do so for the rest of his life. But there was a shift in his understanding. He began to grasp the importance of survival, of moving forward despite the shadows of the past. It wasn't about forgetting. It was about living with the memories and learning how to carry them without being crushed by them. Henri sat on the banks of the river, staring out at the water as it reflected the dimming light of the setting sun. It wasn't peace, but it was something. He was learning to accept the scars, to find meaning in the small moments of solace that still existed. November 1920, London, England. As the winter months drew closer, Wilhelm began to feel the true weight of the war's impact on his life. The city was full of reminders of what had been lost, whether in the form of memorials, quiet conversations in pubs, or the constant presence of veterans like him, still struggling to adjust. He sought out new connections, not with the hope of replacing the old, but with the desire to find some semblance of companionship. The friendships forged in battle could not be recreated, but perhaps he could build new ones in the aftermath. He met with former soldiers at local cafes and even began to volunteer at a community center, offering support to other veterans. At first, the conversations felt awkward and distant. No one wanted to bring up the war, but it hung in the air like an unspoken agreement. But slowly, they began to open up to each other, sharing their stories, their struggles. Wilhelm found a sense of comfort in these new bonds. It wasn't the same as what he had experienced during the war, but it was enough to remind him that the human spirit could still endure. December 1920, Paris, France. The year came to a close, and Henri found himself spending the Christmas holidays with his family in Normandy. The house was warm, filled with the familiar scents of roasted meats and baking bread. His nieces and nephews played joyfully in the corner, their laughter a stark contrast to the silent despair that had plagued Henri for so long. For the first time in years, Henri felt a moment of peace. It was fleeting, but it was enough. The love and support of his family, though difficult for him to fully accept, reminded him that there was still something worth fighting for. As the night grew darker, Henri sat alone outside, looking up at the stars. They shone brightly above him, a reminder of the vastness of the world and the passage of time. He thought of the men he had fought with, the battles they had endured, and the price they had paid, but he also thought of the future that he was still learning to step into. Henri had come to terms with the fact that the war would always be a part of him, but as the year ended, he understood that life, despite its horrors, continued to offer moments of light, and as long as he had breath in his lungs, he would keep looking for them. January 1921, London, England. With the arrival of the new year, Wilhelm felt a renewed sense of resolve. The war had stolen so much from him, but it had also taught him the importance of resilience. He was learning to navigate the difficult journey ahead, one day at a time. As the days grew longer and the frost of winter began to melt, Wilhelm found himself once again walking the streets of London, not as a soldier returning from the war, but as a man who had fought to survive. There was still a long road ahead, but he knew now that he wasn't walking it alone. The camaraderie of the trenches had faded, but the bonds of brotherhood that had been forged in the darkest of times remained, and while the war might have ended, the journey of healing, of rebuilding, was only just beginning. The morning of May 1, 1915 was unusually bright in Southampton. A thin mist clung to the docks, gradually retreating as the sun gained strength, revealing the majestic RMS Lusitania. The massive liner stood as a testament to Edwardian innovation, sleek, elegant, and seemingly invincible. Her 4 iconic funnels, painted in the Cunard Line's signature, black and red, exuded power, symbolizing speed and luxury. Charles Frohman, a theatrical producer renowned on both sides of the Atlantic, adjusted his gloves as he admired the liner. Despite the ongoing war, Frohman's jovial spirits were undimmed. He had boarded the Lusitania countless times before, confident in the British Navy's ability to protect its vessels. Turning to Margaret Mackworth, who stood nearby in her travelling coat, Frohman mused, as timeless as the stage, a grand setting for human drama. Margaret smiled faintly, her sharp eyes scanning the crowded pier. A suffragette and political reformer, Margaret was no stranger to drama herself. Her thoughts, however, were far from Frohman's theatrical musings. She had read the German embassy's warnings, published in American newspapers. Notice: travelers intending to embark on the Atlantic voyage are reminded that a state of war exists, the message had declared, hinting ominously at dangers ahead. Yet here she was, her resolve steeled by necessity. As passengers boarded, Alfred Vanderbilt lingered at the gangway, chatting with a ship's steward. Alfred, heir to one of America's wealthiest families, radiated a charisma that matched his fortune. Yet his fortune offered no immunity to war's uncertainties. A dedicated philanthropist, Vanderbilt viewed the Lusitania not as a risk, but as an opportunity, a chance to oversee charitable work awaiting him in Britain. Meanwhile, the lower decks buzzed with activity as stewards organized luggage and passengers found their cabins. Below them, in the engine room, Joseph Parry wiped his brow as heat from the boilers filled the air. Joseph, a Liverpool native, was proud of his job. The Lusitania was not just a ship to him, it was an engine of hope, ensuring income for his family during these trying times. Yet, whispers of German submarines haunted even the hardiest of sailors. Joseph had heard tales of torpedoed merchant ships, their crews lost to the depths. He brushed the thoughts aside. This was the Lusitania, the queen of the Atlantic. On the bridge, Captain William Turner stood at the helm. At 63, Turner was a veteran mariner, known for his steady demeanor and unflinching professionalism. He reviewed his navigational charts, his mind divided between the war and the voyage ahead. The British Admiralty's latest warnings of U-boat activity in the Irish Sea lingered at the edge of his thoughts. Maintain vigilance, the telegram had urged. But Turner was pragmatic. The Lusitania's speed and reputation were its greatest defense. As the liner's whistle sounded, passengers crowded the decks, waving goodbye to loved ones on the pier. Laughter and tears mingled in the air as the great ship began to pull away. For many, this journey marked new beginnings. For others, a return home. Little did they know, the Atlantic held something far greater in store. A moment that would etch their names into history. The Lusitania's departure occurred against the backdrop of a world gripped by chaos. The Great War, as it would later be known, had turned Europe into a battlefield of unprecedented scale. Germany's Kaiser, Wilhelm II, intent on asserting his nation's dominance, had unleashed a strategy of unrestricted submarine warfare, targeting Allied ships with lethal precision. In the North Atlantic, U-20, commanded by Kapitänleutnant Walter Schwieger, patrolled the waters with ruthless efficiency. Schwieger, a 30-year-old officer, was both feared and respected. His superiors demanded more. The German High Command believed disrupting Britain's supply routes would starve the island nation into submission. Schwieger, however, understood the cost of his mission. War is war, he wrote in his diary, but it is not without ghosts. Across the Atlantic, in New York City, German spies monitored the Lusitania's movements. It was an open secret that the liner often carried war material for Britain, blurring the lines between civilian and military targets. British intelligence, meanwhile, intercepted German communications daily, struggling to piece together the enemy's plans. The Lusitania's voyage had not gone unnoticed on either side of the conflict. On board, passengers mingled in the ship's lavish lounges and dining rooms, oblivious to the dangers stalking them beneath the waves. The first-class dining saloon sparkled with chandeliers as stewards served champagne and oysters. Conversations ranged from politics to art, with occasional murmurs about the war. In third class, families shared simpler meals, their spirits buoyed by the prospect of reuniting with loved ones. Despite the outward calm, tension simmered among the crew. Captain Turner had received additional warnings from the Admiralty after setting sail, urging caution as the Lusitania neared Britain. Yet, the Admiralty's guidance was vague. Maintain a zigzag course, one message suggested, though Turner knew such maneuvers were impractical for a ship of the Lusitania near dissimilar calm safety. Below deck, Joseph Parry joined his crewmates for a brief meal. The engine room's relentless heat left them drenched in sweat, but camaraderie eased the strain. "Think the Germans will dare come after our submarine?" Joseph shrugged, masking his unease. "Think the Germans will dare come after our submarine?" But as the Lusitania sliced through the Atlantic, events were already in motion that would test the limits of speed, strategy, and survival. In the cold, dark waters of the Atlantic, U-20 glided silently, like a predator stalking his prey. Inside the narrow steel hull of the German submarine, the air was thick with oil, sweat, and tension. Kapitänleutnant Walter Schwieger leaned over the periscope, scanning the horizon. His men worked efficiently around him, adjusting gauges and monitoring depth meters, their faces illuminated by the faint glow of control panels. "Any sign of Allied ships?" asked Oberleutnant Sir C. Raimund Weisbach, Schwieger's second in command. Schwieger shook his head. "Not yet, but this shipping lane is rarely empty. We'll find something soon." He stepped away from the periscope and consulted his navigation charts. The submarine was patrolling near the Irish coast, a known corridor for British supply ships. They had received intelligence suggesting that a high-value target might be passing through soon, though the exact nature of the target might be unclear. Morale aboard the U-20 was mixed. The crew, mostly young men, understood the gravity of their mission. Germany's strategy of unrestricted submarine warfare was controversial, even among its own ranks. The notion of targeting passenger liners, if indeed their orders came to that, was deeply unsettling. "We're not just fighting ships," one crewman muttered to another in the galley. "We're fighting the world's opinion of us." Schwieger, however, remained resolute. He had been trained to follow orders, and his orders were clear: intercept and neutralize enemy vessels. As the submarine's engines hummed quietly, he pondered the line between duty and morality, a line that would soon be tested. As the Lusitania sailed through the mid-Atlantic, the mood on board remained lively, almost celebratory. In the first-class lounge, the ship's pianist entertained an audience with a medley of popular tunes. Alfred Vanderbilt and Charles Frohman sat near the grand piano, exchanging anecdotes about their transatlantic adventures. "Say what you will about the war," Frohman ensued, "but it's certainly made travel more interesting." Vanderbilt chuckled but kept his voice low. "I've heard the rumors. Submarines lurking out there. Ha! Do you think there's any truth to it?" Before Frohman could respond, Margaret Mackworth joined the conversation. "Rumors or not, we'd be wise to remain vigilant. The Germans made their intentions quite clear in that advertisement." Her tone was sharp, cutting through the air of casual indifference. "Down in third class, families gathered in the common areas, swapping stories and sharing what little food they had brought with them. Among them was Bridget O'Connell, an Irish immigrant, returning home after years in New York. Her 2 young children played at her feet, oblivious to the undercurrents of unease among the adults. "I heard the crew talking about the war," one man said in a hushed voice. "Said we might be carrying weapons for the British. If that's true, we're a target." Bridget frowned but said nothing. She had little choice but to trust the ship's captain and crew. After all, the Lusitania was renowned for its speed. Surely no submarine could catch them. Below deck, Joseph Parry and the other crew members continued their grueling shifts in the engine room. The heat was oppressive, but the men worked with a sense of pride. The Lusitania was more than just a ship to them. It was a symbol of British resilience. "We're untouchable," one engineer declared confidently. "We are untouchable," one engineer declared confidently. Yet even as the liner's engines roared, unseen dangers lurked beneath the waves. By May 6, 1915, the Lusitania had entered waters considered perilous by the British Admiralty. Captain Turner had received additional warnings about U-boat activity near the Irish coast, but the messages offered little actionable advice. "Proceed with caution," they read. "Avoid known danger zones." Turner grimly noted the lack of specifics, the vastness of the Atlantic and the unseen threats given the stunned minorities against unseen threats, nearly impossible. On the bridge, Turner ordered his officers to increase the ship's vigilance. Lookouts were stationed on the forward deck, scanning the horizon for any unusual activity. "If we spot a U-boat, we'll outpace it," Turner reassured his crew. But even he couldn't ignore the nagging sense of unease that had settled over the ship. Meanwhile, U-20 was closing in. Schwieger's periscope rose above the waterline, offering a narrow but clear view of the surface. "Ship sighted," he announced, his voice steady but charged with anticipation. Through the lens, he could see a large vessel on the horizon, its size and speed likely a British liner. "Range?" Schwieger asked. "Approximately 12 kilometers," replied Weisbach. Schwieger lowered the periscope and issued a series of rapid commands. The submarine adjusted its course, positioning itself to intercept. The crew moved with practiced precision, their movements silent and deliberate. Tension filled the narrow confines of the U-boat as they prepared for what might be their most significant strike yet. On board the Lusitania, passengers continued their daily routines, unaware of the deadly game unfolding beneath them. In the ship's nursery, nannies cared for restless children, soothing them with lullabies and stories. In the smoking room, businessmen discussed market trends and post-war prospects. Life aboard the Lusitania moved forward, oblivious to the shadows closing in on the lullabies and stories. In the smoking room, businessmen discussed market trends and prospects. Life aboard the Lusitania moved out of the way from outside eclipses. The sea was calm on the morning of May 7th, 1915. The Lusitania sailed steadily toward Liverpool, the coastline of Ireland barely visible on the horizon. Captain Turner stood on the bridge, scanning the waters ahead. The sunlight glittered on the waves, but his thoughts were clouded with apprehension. He had instructed the crew to remain on high alert. However, despite the precautions, Turner knew the ship was vulnerable. "Still no sign of trouble, sir," reported First Officer Arthur Rowland. Turner nodded. "Let's hope it stays that way." Maintain course and speed. If we do, then we'll be free of dying out in an hour. Beneath the surface, U-20 was already in position. Captain Lieutenant Walter Schwieger peered through the periscope, his gaze fixed on the massive liner. The ship was unmistakable, a Cunard liner, likely carrying civilians, but also suspected war material. As Schwieger wrestled with his conscience for a moment, targeting a passenger ship was a grave decision, one that would not be easily justified. But the orders from Berlin were clear. The mission was immense. Investigators found the preparations below, the Turanian naval installation, become part of the surface of the wavefront to me. "Prepare torpedoes," Schwieger ordered, his voice firm. Crew worked swiftly, the calculations made. Schwieger knew they had one shot to get it right. The Lusitania was fast, and if they missed, it would be out of reach. The Lusitania was fast, and if they missed, it would be out of reach. They knew they had one shot to get it right. "Range?" Schwieger asked. 900 meters, Weisbach replied. Schwieger took a deep breath. Fire! The torpedo shot forward, a streak of death, slicing through the water toward the unsuspecting liner. Schwieger remained at the periscope, watching intently. "Impact in 30 seconds, he murmured. On board the Lusitania, the day had been like any other. Passengers strolled along the decks, enjoying the cool breeze. In the first-class dining saloon, lunch was being served. Alfred Vanderbilt was seated with a group of acquaintances, arranging for their group of acquaintances to be filled by a table full of company. Alfred Vanderbilt was seated with a cup of tea, his mind wandering to his upcoming theatrical projects. Down in third class, Bridget O'Connell was tending to her children, coaxing them to eat their modest meal. The hum of the ship's engines was a comforting background noise, a constant reminder of their forward progress. In the engine room, Joseph Perry and his colleagues were hard at work. The heat was stifling, but the men carried on, their conversations ranging from family back home to hopes for the war's end. Then it happened. A deafening explosion rocked the ship, throwing passengers and crew off their feet. Plates and glasses shattered. Furniture toppled, and a cloud of smoke and debris filled the air. The Lusitania shuddered violently, listing to one side. In the engine room, Joseph Parry was slammed against a bulkhead, the force of the blast reverberating through the steel walls. On the bridge, Captain Turner struggled to regain his footing. "What was that?" he barked. "An explosion, sir," Roland replied, his voice shaking. "Port side." Turner grabbed his binoculars and scanned the deck. Passengers were scrambling, their faces flooded with masks of confusion and fear. Smoke billowed from the side of the ship. Turner's heart sank. He knew immediately what had happened. "Send out a distress signal," he ordered. "All hands to lifeboat stations." Panic spread like wildfire through the Lusitania. Passengers in the first-class dining saloon stumbled over overturned tables and chairs. their elegant attire now smeared with soot and grime. Margaret Mackworth clung to a handrail, her quick mind assessing the situation. "We need to get to the lifeboats," she told a nearby woman, her voice calm despite the chaos. Alfred Vanderbilt, though shaken, sprang into action. "Help the women and children first," he shouted, assisting passengers toward the lifeboats. On the lower decks, the situation was even more dire. The explosion had caused significant damage, and water was already flooding the compartments. Bridget O'Connell grabbed her children, clutching them tightly as the cold water rose around their ankles. "Stay with me," she urged, her voice trembling. Joseph Perry and the engine room crew fought to contain the damage, but it was a losing battle. The ship was taking on water rapidly, and the list to port made movement difficult. "We need to get out of here," Joseph said, leading his colleagues toward the escape hatches. Above deck, lifeboat deployment was chaotic. The list of the ship made it nearly impossible to launch the lifeboats on the port side, while those on the starboard side were launched haphazardly, some half empty. Captain Turner shouted orders from the bridge, but the noise and confusion drowned out his voice. Passengers clung to each other, their faces etched with terror. The once luxurious Lusitania was now a scene of utter devastation. As the Lusitania began to sink, the Atlantic's icy waters claimed their first victims. Those who had managed to board lifeboats rowed frantically, desperate to put distance between themselves and the sinking ship. Others clung to debris, their cries for help echoing across the water. Bridget O'Connell, clutching her 2 children, was among the lucky ones who found space in an overcrowded lifeboat. Tears streamed down her face as she watched the ship list further, its great funnels dipping dangerously close to the water. On deck, Margaret Mackworth and Alfred Vanderbilt worked tirelessly to assist others. Vanderbilt refused to board a lifeboat, instead ensuring that women and children were given priority. Margaret, her clothing soaked and her hands trembling, guided a young boy to safety. In the water, Joseph Perry clung to a piece of floating wreckage. His muscles ached from the cold, but he refused to give up. Around him, the cries of others filled the air, a haunting symphony of despair. The Lusitania's great hull groaned as it tilted further, the ocean claiming its lower decks. Within minutes, the once mighty liner slipped beneath the waves, leaving a trail of bubbles and debris in its wake. For those who had survived the initial sinking, the ordeal was far from over. The Atlantic was mercilessly cold, its dark waters swallowing the remains of the Lusitania. Survivors clung to life amid the wreckage, their breath visible in the frigid air. Cries for help echoed across the waves, growing fainter as exhaustion and hypothermia set in. Joseph Perry struggled to hold onto the piece of wood he had grabbed moments before the ship disappeared beneath him. His soaked uniform clung to his body, and his hands were numb as he gripped the splintered edge. Around him, The sea was littered with debris, life belts, broken furniture, and bodies, some moving, others eerily still. Not far away, Margaret Mackworth floated in an overturned lifeboat, her determination unshaken despite her own peril. Her hair, usually neatly pinned, hung loose and dripping as she waved her arms to signal another lifeboat nearby. "Over here, we have survivors," she called. Her voice glittered and spiraled, her nearly pulled nearby. "Over here, we have survivors," she called. In one of the lifeboats, Alfred Vanderbilt cradled a small child he had pulled from the water. His tailored suit was ruined, but he barely noticed. The child's tiny frame shivered uncontrollably, and Vanderbilt wrapped his arms tightly around him. "Stay with me," he whispered, his own breath shallow from the cold. "We'll make it." The chaos slowly began to subside as the reality of the situation set in. The Lusitania was gone, leaving hundreds stranded in the open ocean. For some, the will to survive pushed them forward, while for others, the sea claimed them without mercy. The survivors' plight did not go unnoticed. Fishermen along the Irish coast had seen the Lusitania's plumes of smoke and heard rumors of German U-boats prowling the area. When news of the sinking reached nearby ports, rescue vessels were dispatched, though it would take precious hours to arrive. In the meantime, makeshift rescues unfolded among the lifeboats. Joseph Parry, still clinging to his debris, spotted a lifeboat rowing toward him. A young sailor extended his arm. "Grab hold!" the man shouted. With the last of his strength, Joseph latched onto the lifeboat's side and was hauled aboard. He collapsed into the bottom of the boat, coughing up seawater. "Thank you," he rasped, his voice barely audible over the sound of the waves. Margaret Mackworth and her group had managed to right their overturned lifeboat and were now working to pull others from the water. "We'll make room," she insisted, helping an elderly man onto the crowded vessel. Though the lifeboat sat dangerously low in the water, Margaret's resolve inspired the others. "Keep rowing," she urged. "Help is coming." Hours later, the first rescue ship appeared on the horizon. The survivors cheered weakly, their spirits buoyed by the sight of salvation. The fishing vessel began pulling survivors aboard, their crew moving with practiced efficiency despite the grim task. One by one, the survivors were lifted from the icy grip of the sea. Among them was Alfred Vanderbilt, who handed the now unconscious child to a rescuer before climbing aboard himself. "Is he breathing?" Vanderbilt asked anxiously. A medic nodded. "He'll live thanks to you." For the rescued, relief was tempered by the overwhelming loss surrounding them. The Lusitania was gone, and with it hundreds of lives. By the time the survivors reached the shores of Ireland, the scale of the disaster was beginning to emerge. Of the nearly 2,000 passengers and crew aboard the Lusitania, more than 1,100 were dead, including many women and children. News of the sinking spread rapidly, sending shock waves around the world. In Queenstown, now Caux, survivors were met with compassion and care. Local residents opened their homes, offering food, clothing, and a place to rest. Hospitals overflowed with the injured, while makeshift morgues were established to handle the growing number of recovered bodies. Joseph Parry, bandaged and pale, sat in a crowded hospital ward. He stared blankly at the floor, replaying the events of the sinking in his mind. His crewmates, men he had worked beside for years, were gone, their lives extinguished in an instant. "Why did it happen?" he whispered, to no one in particular. Margaret Mackworth, bruised but alive, wrote furiously in her notebook. Her first-hand account of the sinking would soon become a rallying cry for justice, a way to channel her grief into action. "This cannot go unanswered," she muttered as she scribbled. For Alfred Vanderbilt, the tragedy was deeply personal. Though he had survived, he couldn't shake the images of those left behind. He had seen mothers clutching their children, men sacrificing their places in lifeboats, and the haunting stillness of the sea once the cries for help had faded. "I'll never forget," he vowed quietly. As officials began the grim work of identifying the dead and notifying families, the larger implications of the Lusitania's sinking began to take shape. The tragedy was not just a maritime disaster. It was an act of war that would change the course of history. News of the sinking of the Lusitania spread like wildfire. The world was shocked by the scale of the tragedy and the calculated ruthlessness of the attack. In the United States, public outrage was immediate and intense. The Lusitania had been a symbol of transatlantic luxury and safety, and now it had become a symbol of German aggression. President Woodrow Wilson, though cautious in his public statements, expressed his deep sorrow. The lives of innocent men, women, and children have been taken with brutal force, he said, offering condolences to the families of the victims. But his words carried little weight compared to the growing clamor for action across the Atlantic. In Britain, the response was similarly swift. The British Admiralty immediately issued a statement condemning the attack and promising to retaliate. Winston Churchill, then First Lord of the Admiralty, called the attack a crime against military efforts to cripple Germany's naval capabilities. For the German government, the sinking of the Lusitania was a calculated but controversial decision. The German embassy in Washington issued a warning to passengers traveling aboard British ships, advising them of the risks associated with unrestricted submarine warfare. However, it did little to soften the blow. The outrage was overwhelming, and the diplomatic fallout was just beginning. As the bodies of the victims were identified and families mourned their losses, the war's impact became increasingly evident. The sinking of the Lusitania had galvanized the United States' path toward entering World War I, though official intervention would still be months away. The tragedy served as a potent reminder of military tactics. Margaret Mackworth, now back in London, found herself at the forefront of the campaign for justice. She wrote letters to newspapers, spoke at rallies, and even met with British officials to demand accountability. Her grief had been channeled into determination. The world must understand what happened, she said in a speech before the London Press Club. We cannot let this act go unanswered. Though many survivors struggled with their grief in silence, some, like Alfred Vanderbilt, were more vocal. Vanderbilt had lost several friends and acquaintances in the disaster, and he found himself speaking out about the dangers of unrestricted submarine warfare. His personal loss gave him a perspective that was hard to ignore, and his public condemnation of Germany's actions resonated with many. In the aftermath, a series of inquiries and investigations into the attack were conducted, but the political machinations that followed were swift. The sinking of the Lusitania accelerated the tensions between Germany and the United States. The German government, under Kaiser Wilhelm II, tried to justify the attack, arguing that the ship was carrying war supplies, but the international community, already sympathetic to the British cause, was unforgiving. In the months that followed the sinking of the Lusitania, the tide of history began to shift. The outrage over the attack contributed to the eventual decision of the United States to enter World War I. President Wilson, initially hesitant, now faced increasing pressure to act. Public opinion in the United States was shifting toward intervention, and many believed that the safety of American lives on the high seas demanded a strong response. On the other side of the ocean, the British government was determined to use the tragedy as a rallying point. The sinking had not only resulted in the loss of civilian lives, but also had demonstrated the full force of Germany's naval strategy. The Royal Navy responded with a new level of aggression, targeting U-boat bases and using countermeasures to protect merchant ships. But the psychological toll of the Lusitania loss of merchant ships was more than the full force of Germany's naval strategy. The Royal Navy responded with a new level of aggression, tactically prepared to launch invasions against Kenegd and other bases on the way to withhold control of American power. For the survivors, the sinking of the Lusitania would remain an indelible part of their lives. Alfred Vanderbilt, now in mourning, turned his attention to philanthropic efforts in the wake of the tragedy. He used his influence to fund relief efforts for the families of victims, especially those who had lost their breadwinners. His grief became a driving force behind his efforts to provide for the survivors and their families, a legacy of compassion born from the horrors he had witnessed. Meanwhile, Joseph Parry struggled with the psychological aftermath, the trauma of surviving the sinking, of seeing his friends and colleagues die in the cold waters of the Atlantic, haunted him. Like many others, he experienced survivor's guilt, grappling with the question of why he had lived when so many others had perished. As the war raged on, the memory of the Lusitania continued to haunt the world stage. In Germany, some still viewed the attack as a necessary step in their campaign against Britain, but the political fallout was undeniable. The world's perception of Germany as a ruthless aggressor was cemented by the attack, and the sinking became a potent symbol of the brutal nature of the war. In the United States, the incident remained a topic of heated debate. While many clamored for revenge, others believed that the sinking was simply a tragic consequence of the war. President Wilson, though he had initially resisted involvement, had been captured. The path to war had been set, and the Lusitania had been a key catalyst in this decision. The war's toll on both soldiers and civilians alike continued to mount. The horrors of trench warfare, the devastating loss of life, and the ravages of new technologies, machine guns, tanks, and poison gas, had left a permanent scar on the landscape of Europe. But in the midst of this global conflict, the memory of the Lusitania and the lives lost aboard it remained a defining moment in history, a testament to the enduring human cost of war. As the months passed following the Lusitania tragedy, the questions surrounding the ship's final moments continued to linger. Was the ship truly carrying munitions, as the Germans had claimed? Or was the sinking an unprovoked act of terror? Investigations into the event were slow and hampered by political considerations, but the survivors and their families were determined to uncover the truth. Margaret Mackworth, now a prominent figure in the campaign for justice, relentlessly pursued the truth. She had spent countless hours poring over naval reports and witness testimonies, trying to piece together what had happened in those final, terrifying minutes. As she sat in her modest office in London, she reread a letter from the British Admiralty, which stated that the Lusitania had indeed been carrying war supplies. This admission, however, was not enough to silence the growing suspicion that the ship had been targeted deliberately, without warning or justification. Vanderbilt, having lost so much himself, became a vocal critic of the way the disaster had been handled. In the years following the sinking, he gave speeches across the United States, calling for justice and accountability. But even he knew that the war's fog of propaganda had clouded the waters of truth. We may never know the full story, he said at a public rally in New York. But even he knew that the war's fog of propaganda had clouded the waters of truth. we may never know the truth, so to speak. As the investigation into the sinking dragged on, a sense of helplessness began to settle over the survivors. Some, like Joseph Parry, simply wanted to move on, burying the trauma in the deep recesses of their minds. But for others, especially those who had lost loved ones, the need for closure was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the war on the European continent continued to escalate. The Lusitania's sinking had been a blow to both the British and the Germans, but it did not stop the relentless tide of conflict. The war in the trenches dragged on, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. The British were locked in a bitter struggle against German forces along the Western Front, while the German U-boats prowled the waters, attacking anything in their path. But even as the Allies regrouped and retaliated, the shadow of the Lusitania loomed large. By early 1916, the Royal Navy had implemented new countermeasures to combat the U-boat threat. Convoys were formed to protect merchant ships, and new anti-submarine technologies, such as depth charges, were deployed. But the Germans adapted quickly, developing new tactics to sink even the most heavily guarded ships. Alfred Vanderbilt, still struggling with his own grief, became increasingly involved in the war effort. He used his wealth and influence to support the British cause, donating large sums to the war effort and speaking with high-ranking officials. We cannot let the Lusitania be forgotten, he would say. It was not just a tragedy, it was a turning point. In the trenches, however, the memory of the Lusitania seemed to fade, replaced by the immediacy of death and destruction. Soldiers like Joseph Parry, who had been a civilian engineer before the war, were now hardened veterans of an unending conflict. The war's toll on the human spirit was profound, and Parry, like so many others, found himself losing hope. By 1917, the United States had officially entered the war, and the balance of power in Europe began to shift. Many survivors, like Vanderbilt and Mackworth, would continue to campaign for justice and accountability for the rest of their lives. But in the broader narrative of the war, the Lusitania became a symbol of the human cost of conflict. It was no longer just about the attack on a single ship, but about the toll that the war was taking on civilian populations around the world. Joseph Parry, now a man broken by the horrors of war, found solace in quiet moments of reflection. "We were all just trying to survive," he would say to his comrades, though the words always seemed hollow. But survival comes at a price. For those who had lost loved ones in the sinking, the scars were eternal. The Lusitania was more than just a ship. It was a reminder of the fragility of life and the violence of war. as the war dragged on. The echoes of the Lusitania's sinking remained. The ship's name was invoked at rallies, in newspapers and in speeches, becoming a symbol of the brutal and indiscriminate nature of modern warfare. Its legacy would endure long after the war had ended, a grim reminder of what had been lost in the conflict. In the years following the war's conclusion, the world would change dramatically. The Lusitania was eventually remembered not just for its tragic end, but for the broader lessons it symbolized. It was a warship in the guise of a passenger liner, its passengers the unwitting victims of a ruthless and unforgiving war machine. Alfred Vanderbilt would spend his remaining years in philanthropy, working to heal the wounds that the war had caused. His efforts to aid the families of the victims of the Lusitania were well known, and he continued to speak out against the horrors of war until his death. Margaret Mackworth, too, continued to advocate for peace. She spent the rest of her life documenting the stories of those who had survived the Lusitania sinking, ensuring that their voices would not be forgotten. "War takes everything from us," she wrote in her memoir, "but it also shows us what we are truly made of." Joseph Parry, now older and weary, returned to his family in Wales. He never fully recovered from the trauma of the sinking and the years of war that followed. Yet, in his quiet moments, he would often think of the passengers who had died, the comrades who had fallen, and the families left behind. In the end, the sinking of the Lusitania was not just a tragic event. It was a turning point in the history of the world. It marked the beginning of the end for many of the traditional conventions of warfare and signaled the dawn of a new, more brutal era. In the wake of the Lusitania tragedy, many stories of quiet heroism emerged from the survivors. In the months following the sinking, people began to tell the tales of those who, despite the panic, had acted selflessly to save others. Some of these stories reached the public, but many remained untold, remembered only by those who had lived through the ordeal. Margaret Mackworth, in her advocacy work, found herself meeting many of the ship's survivors. She gathered their accounts, seeking out the small, often unnoticed acts of bravery. Among them was an elderly woman named Eleanor Smith, who had refused to board a lifeboat until every child had been accounted for. "There was no point in saving myself if there were others still in danger," Eleanor had said when recounting her experience to a reporter. Another survivor, a deckhand named Thomas Daniels, had helped lower lifeboats under fire, managing to get several women and children safely into the boats before the Lusitania's final plunge. His story, though less known, was one of remarkable courage in the face of overwhelming odds. These unsung heroes, like so many others, were often overshadowed by the larger narratives of political fallout and international anger. Yet, for those who had lived, it was the quiet acts of bravery that stayed with them, As the war continued, the political ramifications of the Lusitania sinking were not easily forgotten. The attack had severely strained diplomatic relations between Germany and the United States. In Berlin, the German government maintained its stance that the Lusitania had been a legitimate target, as it was transporting ammunition and war supplies to the British. But this justification did little to ease the fury of the American public. In Washington, President Wilson struggled to balance the demands of public opinion with the need to keep the United States neutral. But with each passing month, the calls for retribution grew louder. More and more Americans saw the attack as an unconscionable violation of international law. Anti-German sentiment swelled across the nation, fueling a desire for revenge. On the German side, Kaiser Wilhelm II found himself caught between his military strategy of unrestricted submarine warfare and the growing international backlash. The diplomatic tension continued to mount, with each side preparing for a showdown. Though the United States did not immediately enter the war, the Lusitania sinking had made that individuality almost apparent to the public. For those who had survived, the diplomatic struggle seemed like an abstract concern compared to the pain of personal loss. But for some, the promise of justice was a small comfort, something to hold on to as they tried to rebuild their lives. As time passed, the survivors of the Lusitania slowly returned to their normal lives, though many of them were never the same. Joseph Perry, back in Wales, resumed his work as an engineer, but his thoughts were always haunted by the wreckage of that fateful day. He had nightmares of the Lusitania sinking, of his friends' faces as they plunged into the cold waters, and of the endless cries of the vessels put to pursuit of mortal clothes to the death they suffered. He rarely spoke of his experiences, finding solace only in the company of those who understood the weight of shared trauma. Margaret Mackworth continued her efforts to advocate for peace, but the toll of constant engagement with the public and the families of the victims began to wear on her. She spent long hours poring over documents, trying to ensure that every victim of the Lusitania tragedy would be remembered, and yet no amount of work could bring back what had been lost. Her drive to seek justice for the victims never waned, but her own sense of loss was ever present. "I will fight for them," she once told a colleague, "but sometimes I wonder if we'll ever truly know why this happened." Alfred Vanderbilt, meanwhile, found new purpose in his philanthropy, using his wealth to support the families who had lost everything. But despite his public persona as a gracious benefactor, he often found himself alone, his thoughts drifting back to the sinking, to the cold sea, and the faces of the children he had tried to save. He poured his grief into charitable causes, but nothing could erase the feeling of helplessness that haunted him. "We are all refugees of war," he once said, "even those who survive." The Lusitania's legacy was a complex one. For the families of the victims, it was a source of unrelenting grief. For the survivors, it was a constant reminder of the fragility of life. For the rest of the world, it was a stark symbol of the war's indiscriminate destruction. And yet, for all the pain it caused, the sinking of the Lusitania also became a powerful rallying point, a symbol of the call for justice in the midst of global chaos. In the years that followed the Lusitania sinking, the world began to slowly shift. The United States, after years of political wrangling, finally entered the war in 1917, tipping the scales in favor of the Allies. As the war raged on, the loss of life continued to mount, but the events surrounding the Lusitania were not forgotten. The end of the war in 1918 brought with it a sense of relief, but for many, the scars of the Lusitania tragedy remained. The political tension between Germany and the United States simmered for years, and the wreckage of the ship remained a chilling reminder of what had been lost. Joseph Perry, now back with his family in Wales, found peace in the simpler things. But the war had left him a changed man, and the memories of the Lusitania would never fully leave him. He attended annual memorials for the victims, always with a sense of quiet reverence. "They died for something," he would say, "but I think we are still trying to understand what that something was." Margaret Mackworth continued her advocacy work, though her efforts had begun to take on a more personal tone. She had outlived many of her fellow survivors, and as she grew older, she increasingly saw herself as a custodian of their memory. "This was not just a tragedy," she would write in her later years. "It was a turning point in history, and the world needs to remember it." Alfred Vanderbilt, too, continued his efforts to help the families of the victims. He became known for his quiet generosity, and though the pain of the Lusitania would never leave him, he found solace in the knowledge that his actions had made a difference. "We cannot undo the past," he often said, "but we can try to make the future a little bit better." In the years that followed the war, the sinking of the Lusitania remained a somber topic of conversation, woven into the tapestry of global history. The memories of those lost aboard the ill-fated liner persisted, but so too did the unresolved questions surrounding its destruction. Oh, for those who had survived, and for the families of those who perished, the absence of closure remained a bitter taste. Alfred Vanderbilt, who had continued his efforts to aid the families of the victims, began to turn inward as the war faded from immediate public consciousness. He had seen the horrors of conflict firsthand, and while still maintaining his philanthropy, he found some comfort and hope. This seems like the legacy of the Lusitania was far from gone. It had made him rethink his views on the war and the nature of sacrifice. He often reflected on how much had changed since that fateful day, the explosion of the Lusitania had been a brutal reminder of the indiscriminate nature of modern warfare, but in its aftermath there had also been hope. Hope that the sacrifice of so many lives would lead to a more peaceful world. However, as time marched on and the world returned to a semblance of normalcy, that hope seemed increasingly distant. Margaret Mackworth, too, found herself caught between the past and the future. Although her efforts to document the stories of the survivors and victims of the Lusitania continued, she began to notice how memory itself had become a fragile thing. Time had a way of eroding the most vivid recollections, and the tragedy was beginning to fade from the public's consciousness. But for those who had lived through it, the memories remained sharp and searing, never to be forgotten. Time had a way of eroding the most vivid recollections, and the tragedy was beginning to fade from the public's consciousness forever now, slowly becoming forgotten. Joseph Parry, back in Wales and now with a family of his own, experienced the slow unraveling of his mind. The war had never fully left him, and despite his attempts to integrate into civilian life, the trauma of the Lusitania's sinking and the brutalities of the trenches clung to him. His dreams were haunted by the faces of the passengers, their desperate pleas still ringing in his ears. There were days when he felt the war was still waging within him. The world had changed significantly since the Lusitania tragedy, and as the post-war years dragged on, alliances that had once seemed unbreakable began to shift. Germany, though defeated in the war, still held significant influence in Europe, and while the United States had entered the war and helped the Allies achieve victory, the nation now faced its own internal divisions about its place in the world. For Alfred Vanderbilt, the collapse of the global order brought its own challenges. The war had been costly both personally and financially, but his commitment to international peace remained strong. He found himself at the center of efforts to rebuild Europe, advocating for relief programs for the war-torn continent. Yet the more he worked to repair the damage done by the war, the more he realized how fragile international peace truly was. Margaret Mackworth, meanwhile, began to feel disillusioned with the political forces that had shaped the war. She had spent so many years fighting for justice for the victims of the Lusitania, but she began to see how little had actually changed in the global balance of power. The same forces that had driven the war were still in play, and despite her tireless work, it seemed that the world was doomed to repeat its mistakes. That the survivors of the Lusitania, each in their own way, came to terms with the shifting dynamics of the world. Joseph Parry, now older, had come to a place of resignation. His wounds, both physical and emotional, had scarred him deeply, and while the world around him changed, the inner battles he fought remained the same. Yet, in those quiet moments, surrounded by his family, he could see a glimmer of primordial, a hints of a Christmas New Year in the world around him changed. In those quiet moments, surrounded by his family, he could smell something sweet. The future, though uncertain, was a chance for healing, even if it was only a small part of his own story. In 2015, nearly a century after the sinking of the Lusitania, the world paused to reflect on the tragedy. The anniversary of the sinking was marked by ceremonies across the world, with survivors' families, political leaders, and citizens of various nations coming together to remember the lives lost. For Margaret Mackworth, it was a bittersweet moment. She had long since passed, but her work had left an indelible mark on the history of the event. Her name had been written into the chronicles of the Lusitania, and her efforts to preserve the stories of those who died had not gone unnoticed. The books she had written, the testimonies she had gathered, and the lives she had touched all contributed to a legacy that would last far beyond her own life. For Alfred Vanderbilt, too, the centennial was a moment to reflect. Now, in the latter years of his life, he could see the broader picture of what the Lusitania had come to represent. It was no longer just the tragic loss of a ship, but a symbol of the horrors of war and the necessity of peace. He had spent his life trying to build bridges between nations, and in his final years he found solace in the idea that his efforts might help future generations avoid the mistakes of the past. The survivors of the Lusitania were fewer now, but their memories remained. Joseph Parry, now a great-grandfather, spent his final years telling his grandchildren about the ship, the war, and the lives that were lost. He never fully understood why it had happened, but he had come to accept that the answers were beyond him. The loss had shaped him, but it had also shaped the world. The centennial of the Lusitania was a time of reflection, not only for the people directly involved in the tragedy, but for the world at large. Nations that had been torn apart by the war had rebuilt, but the scars remained. The memory of the Lusitania served as a reminder of the cost of conflict and the human toll that war exacted. In Liverpool, where the Lusitania had departed that fateful day, a memorial was erected. It featured the names of those lost aboard the ship and told the stories of the survivors. It was a quiet place, often visited by the descendants of the victims who came to pay their respects and to honor the lives that had been cut short. The Lusitania was no longer just a ship. It was a symbol of the broader tragedy of the war. It was a symbolic war. The pain of war extended far farther. It was a symbol of the broader tragedy of the war. A reminder that the pain of war extended far beyond losing. It was a symbol of pain that meant everything. The world had changed in 100 years, but the lessons of the Lusitania remained as relevant as ever. It had been a tragedy of immense proportions, but it had also been a catalyst for change. In the decades following the sinking, the world had grappled with the impact of the war, and though the Lusitania could never be undone, the memory of its loss continued to shape global discussions about the future of warfare and the pursuit of peace. The survivors, the families of the victims, and the countless others affected by the event had lived with the legacy of the Lusitania for a century. Yet, as time marched on, the lessons of that fateful day would continue to echo through the ages. As the centennial of the Lusitania approached, the history of the tragedy was revisited in public discourse, stirring old emotions. Documentaries aired, books were published, and debates reignited over the causes, the aftermath, and the lessons learned. For some, the Lusitania was a distant memory, a chapter in the history books. But for those who had been directly affected, the reopening of those wounds was anything but cathartic. Joseph Parry's descendants, now scattered across different parts of the world, gathered in Wales to commemorate the centennial. His granddaughter, Emma Parry, had spent years researching her grandfather's experiences and was determined to honor the memory of those who died. She arranged for a memorial in their local village, inviting the community to come together and reflect on the significance of the Lusitania loss. It was a deeply emotional occasion, as the townspeople gathered around the plaque commemorating the event. Emma found herself reflecting on her grandfather's silence about that day. He had been a man of few words when it came to the Lusitania, but his grief had never left him. In his later years, he had spoken about the ship only in passing about the Black Column, but that he still would acknowledge it on his every waking moment. "It's as if we never really came back," Emma recalled him saying once. The memorial service in the village became a space for quiet remembrance. Survivors' families, along with descendants of the crew, laid flowers by the plaque, silently acknowledging that time had not dulled the pain. Emma looked around at the faces of the attendees, young and old, some of whom had never known the shipwreck beyond stories. The event was not just about the past, but about forging a connection to a shared history, a reminder that the impact of the Lusitania was still felt across generations. While survivors and their families gathered in memorials across the world, the political implications of the Lusitania continued to reverberate. In Germany, public opinion about the sinking was still a source of contention. Some maintained that it was a justified military action, an unfortunate consequence of a larger war strategy. But as the world moved further into the 21st century, there was a growing recognition of the moral ambiguity of such attacks. Some maintained that it was a justified military action, while others set it aside for the losses to the battle and the death toll from Polish migration into Austria. In the United States, the Lusitania remained a touchstone in discussions about the nation's role in global conflicts. The tragic event had been one of the primary catalysts that led the US into World War I. Yet, for many Americans, it remained a symbol of the complexities of war, the price of neutrality, and the tragic loss of innocent life. Historians, politicians, and educators grappled with how to interpret the lessons of the Lusitania in the modern world. Yet, for many Americans, it remained a symbol of the complexities of war, the price of innocent life, historic national life, students for decades, political leaders, though such as those in the US State Department, began to question whether more could have been done diplomatically to prevent the attack. This reflection was not about blaming the past, but about understanding how lessons learned from the Lusitania could apply to modern international conflicts. The rise of new global tensions meant that any missteps in diplomacy had far-reaching consequences. The memory of the Lusitania had shown just how quickly a single incident could escalate into something much larger, something that could change the course of history. Margaret Mackworth's writings, preserved and circulated among peace advocates and policymakers, became a reference point for many engaged in international relations. She had dedicated much of her life to documenting the human cost of war, and had written passionately about the importance of preserving peace. Although she had not lived to see the centennial, her legacy remained woven into the ongoing discourse about conflict, diplomacy, and human rights. The centennial of the Lusitania was not only about remembering the ship or its passengers. It was also an occasion to reflect on the broader war and the ways in which the conflict had reshaped the world in its aftermath. The lingering shadows of World War I and the tragedies like the Lusitania remained as stark reminders of the destructive potential of unchecked violence. For Joseph Perry's great-grandson, George Perry, the centennial was a time of personal reflection. As a young man studying history in university, he had always been drawn to the stories of the war, particularly the Lusitania. His great-grandfather's quiet suffering had always fascinated him, and he found himself delving deeper into the historical context surrounding the sinking. What had been the larger picture in Europe that led to such a horrific loss? How could the world allow such tragedies to happen again? George wrote a thesis on the sinking, drawing on first-hand accounts, diaries, and historical records. His research painted a picture not only of the Lusitania, but of the broader geopolitical atmosphere of the time. The tensions between neutral nations, the pressures of warfare, and the moral debates that raged behind the scenes. His work gained attention from his professors and colleagues, and it sparked an important conversation about how historical memory could influence current foreign policy decisions. Yet, despite his academic achievements, George also grappled with his family's personal grief. His great-grandfather had never truly recovered from the experience of the Lusitania. There was an unspoken heaviness in their family, an invisible thread that tied their lives to the lost souls of the ship. There was a story recently published in the Lusitania. George understood this more fully now, realizing that the trauma of such a profound loss never fully receded. It remained embedded in the DNA of a family, in the collective memory of a nation, and in the hearts of those who lived on. In the years following the war, the Lusitania became more than just a symbol of a single tragic event. It embodied the loss of innocence that came with the modern era of warfare, the technological advancements in weaponry, the speed of travel, and the ruthlessness of unrestricted submarine warfare all seemed to point to a world that was forever changed. Yet, for all the advancements, there was also a sense of yearning for a time when war had not so quickly escalated to such indiscriminate violence. Yet, for all the advancements, there was also a sense of yearning for a time when war was permissible or traceable, the sufficiency of pain to motivate the search for justice. The families of those who had died aboard the Lusitania became symbols of endurance, both within their own families and in their wider communities. They carried the weight of the war, but they also became the voices of peace, advocating for diplomacy and reconciliation. Many of them, like Joseph Perry's descendants, found ways to transform their grief into activism. Their message was clear: never again. For Alfred Vanderbilt's family, for the lessons of the Lusitania carried forward. As a philanthropist, Vanderbilt had been dedicated to improving the lives of those around him, but the sinking had shaped his worldview in ways that no wealth or influence could ever fully counteract. He had seen how easily the world could be thrown into chaos, and so in his later years he turned his focus to peace-building efforts. His foundation, which he had established shortly after the sinking, worked on fostering international understanding and reconciliation. Though the world had changed, the core of his mission remained the same: to prevent such senseless loss from ever happening again. By the end of the 20th century, the world had gone through profound transformations, yet the long shadow of World War I and the Lusitania incident continued to loom over the collective memory of humanity as the world faced the challenges of the Cold War, decolonization, and the increasing complexity of modern warfare. The lessons of the past, those drawn from the tragedy of the Lusitania, were not forgotten. The ship, now permanently enshrined in history books, had become a symbol of the unseen costs of war. It was a tragic reminder that warfare often exacted a price far beyond the battlefield, taking lives, destroying families, and reshaping the course of history. Yet, amid the grief and sorrow, the survivors and their families remained committed to the idea of remembering, of keeping the Lusitania story alive, so that the world might never forget. For Joseph Parry's descendants, the echo of that terrible day in 1915 was ever present. His great-grandson, George Parry, continued his work to honor his ancestors' legacy. The more he uncovered about the Lusitania, the more he became convinced that understanding such a profound tragedy was not just about understanding how the world had arrived at that point. George's academic work began to influence wider discussions about the causes and consequences of war. He lectured across Europe and the US, teaching the importance of diplomacy, the devastating consequences of modern technology in warfare, and the vital need for international cooperation in his talks. George always reminded his audiences that the story of the Lusitania was not an isolated tragedy, but a part of a larger global struggle that had set the stage for the wars of the 20th century. By the time the 21st century dawned, humanity had seen the horrors of war repeat themselves in World War II, the Cold War, and numerous regional conflicts. The Lusitania, once the symbol of one nation's heavy-handed tactics, had become a symbol for a larger global awakening. The public now understood that a world interconnected by technology and trade was susceptible to the most devastating of consequences. Global peace organizations such as the United Nations used the Lusitania tragedy as a starting point in discussions about international law, diplomacy, and human rights. While these organizations could not undo the horrors of past wars, they worked toward preventing further unnecessary loss of life. The Lusitania served as a constant reminder to world leaders that military actions should be carefully considered and diplomacy should always come first. It was also a period of reckoning. The legacy of the Lusitania was not simply about the ship, but about the underlying issues it highlighted: the fragility of peace, the cost of pride, and the tendency of nations to rush into conflict. As the world's power structures shifted with the rise of new global powers, the memory of the Lusitania continued to influence discussions about the ethical dimensions of warfare. In the United States, the sinking of the Lusitania was often cited as a key turning point in how the country viewed its role on the global stage. Once a neutral power, the US could no longer afford to remain detached from global conflicts, especially when faced with the stark reality of what unrestricted warfare could do. The Lusitania had not only taken lives, it had catalyzed a new era of American interventionism, and its legacy was embedded in the politics of the 20th and 21st centuries. Despite the passage of time, the memory of the Lusitania continued to thrive, nurtured by those who still felt the ripples of that fateful day. The wreckage of the ship, located off the coast of Ireland, became the subject of research and exploration. Underwater expeditions were mounted to investigate the remains of the Lusitania, a stark reminder that, despite its tragic fate, the ship had been a marvel of engineering in its time. The discovery of artifacts from the wreck brought the past into the present. The personal effects of passengers and crew were recovered, each piece offering a glimpse into the lives that had been lost. In the years following the wreck's rediscovery, many of these artifacts were displayed in museums, helping to humanize the tragedy. For a new generation, the Lusitania also became a central point for peace activists and historians who used the anniversary of the sinking to advocate for diplomacy over military conflict. Memorials were erected in several locations around the world to honor those who had died, reminding citizens of the human cost of war. These sites became pilgrimage destinations where people from all walks of life came to remind the impact of the tragedy and the lessons it imparted. For Emma Perry, the centennial was a moment to remind the world that history must not be forgotten. She continued her work on behalf of her great-grandfather's legacy, organizing educational campaigns and publishing articles that highlighted the importance of historical memory. She was determined to ensure that the sacrifices of the Lusitania's victims would never be erased from collective consciousness. In the years after the centennial, the Lusitania tragedy became more than a cautionary tale. It became a symbol of the resilience of the human spirit. Those who had survived the sinking and the families who had lost loved ones carried forward a legacy of strength, courage, and a determination never to forget the lessons learned. George Perry, inspired by the work of his ancestors, continued to push for greater understanding of the Lusitania's place in history. His focus was on promoting peace and diplomacy, using the ship's tragic story as a lesson in the importance of preventing future conflicts. He traveled to schools, universities, and international conferences, stressing the importance of remembering not just the war itself, but the human toll it took. Though the wounds of the past never fully healed, those who had lived through the Lusitania tragedy and their descendants knew that healing came not through forgetting, but through remembering. As the world moved further into the 21st century, the lessons of the Lusitania continued to shape the collective consciousness. The world had learned the high price of war, and with each passing year, the memory of that fateful day reinforced the urgent need for peace. As for Joseph Parry's great-grandchildren, the tragedy of the Lusitania remained an anchor in their family's history. They knew that their legacy was forever tied to the fate of the ship, and they carried that responsibility with pride. Every year they gathered to commemorate the lives lost, sharing their own reflections as well as stories passed down through the generations.